give it to those. Good morning. Good morning. Um, we are ready to start, and I request that we take our positions. The Honorable Minister is already here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are formally starting, and I request that we commence with the national anthems. I would like to request you to stand up and we sing the national anthems. The Turkish anthem, please. Okay, there's a small glitch. Let's take our seats. Um, Morning once again. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you to this very important day for our country and in the journey for realizing this important dream of establishing a modern railway system. Um, we are going to have a fully packed day with a lot of information sharing, which is the core reason as to why we are here. My name is David Mugabe Alele. I am your MC for today. Uh, I will do this task alongside my colleague Susan Kataike, who is seated over there. Um, we have been joined by eminent people from government, the Right Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable General Edward Katumba Wamala is here. We also have the Turkish ambassador to Uganda. We have the Vice President of Yapi Makezi, We have the head of project, the project coordinator of the standard gauge railway, Canon Engineer Perez Wamburu, and his two deputies. The deputy project coordinator in charge of finance administration, Madam Miriam Tumukunde. She's somewhere. We also have the deputy project coordinator in charge of technical, Engineer Emmanuel Sebakula. We also have the Turkish project, Yapip Makezi project coordinator, Mr. Matt Oz. We will be introducing all of the eminent people who are here with us this morning as we go along. But for now, allow me to take this moment to welcome the project coordinator of the Standard Gauge Railway, Uganda, Canon Engineer Perez Wamburu, to welcome you and make his opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. Honorable members, honorable ministers, esteemed members of parliament who may be present, distinguished guests, we're addressing Ugandans, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the Standard Gauge Railway Project Management Unit and thank you. It's my great pleasure on behalf of the Standard Gauge Railway Project Management Unit and the Project Steering Committee, and on my own behalf, welcome you all to the Uganda Standard Gauge Railway National Content Symposium. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for accepting our invitation and taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. Inviting people and they come, we do not take you for granted, ladies and gentlemen. In a book, Things Fall Apart by the late Chinua Achebe, there was a village elders meeting and people came. And one elder said this. He says, a man who calls his family to a feast does not do so to save them from starving, because they all have food in their own homes. And he also said that when we gather together in the moonlight village ground, it is not because of the moon. Everyone can see it in his own compound. But we come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. So I do not take you for granted, ladies and gentlemen. You are not here because you have come to sit in good seats. You are not here because you have come to drink tea. All these things, you can have them elsewhere. So when I say we are grateful that you have come, this is the reason why I'm saying we are grateful. As the project coordinator, I am excited to see this milestone of the symposium achieved, and I give thanks to the Almighty God for leading us this far. After over a decade of anticipation, the standard gauge rail project is finally taking shape. Over the past year, we have shifted decisively from planning to execution. The contractor, Yapi, Mackenzie, the people that you see there, is already on site carrying out some preliminary works, including surveys, both land and aerial. They are doing soil investigations, they are doing preliminary designs, they are setting up labor camps, and all the other logistics that are necessary. We also have in place a supervising team by the names of SSF. Those are the ones who are representing us supervising Mackenzie. I think the SSF team is somewhere. Where's the SSF team? The supervisor? Yes, they are here with us on our side. They are our employers' representative. And our teams are working on environmental and social issues so that full construction can start smoothly once we secure the necessary funding, hopefully by April next year. Given the magnitude and complexity of the SGR project, government established the project management unit in the Ministry of Works and Transport to manage deliver this project from beginning to end. And we shall closely work with Uganda Railways Corporation to ensure that the decisions that we are taking today during construction will be set up until the operation and maintenance of the new railway. I'm grateful for our leadership, especially His Excellency, the President of this country, for his visionary leadership, but also his resolve to develop the standard gauge railway. We're also grateful to our ministers and permanent secretary for the clear direction that they have given to us. The government of Uganda, as you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, has had plans to develop the SGR network across the country, but in a phased manner, to cover more than 1,700 kilometers. In the eastern route, from Malaba to Kampala, 270 kilometers. The northern route, Tororo to Gulu, to southern Sudan, and from Gulu to Pakwach to Vura at the border with DRC, over 700 kilometers. The western route, Kampala, Bihanga to Kasese, to DRC border Mpondwe, 300 kilometers. And from Bihanga, going southwards to Mirama Hills at the Rwanda border to Muko in Kabale, 280 kilometers. That's a network that the country has planned. However, as I said, it is in phased manner. Phase 1 is Malaba to Kampala, which is forming the backbone of the proposed network. And you know, as well as I do, that this line will link us directly to the port of Mombasa in Kenya and through Lake Victoria to the port of Dar es Salaam. You may be asking yourselves, why SGR at this time? The SGR, as you are aware, we have heard this song before. It is going to be our game changer for our nation. It is poised to boost our economy and enhance regional connectivity and improve the quality of life for millions of Ugandans during the construction, during operation. Everything that is associated with SGR is supposed to make our lives better. I want to speak a little about the national low content. In this project, local content is not a slogan, ladies and gentlemen. It's a work program which we have done carefully and intentionally. That in this project, as you are aware, the cost of this project is going to be 2.7 billion euros. You can convert to dollars and to shillings in trillions. But we intentionally want and have designed that 40% of that sum should be consumed and utilized by Ugandans and in Uganda. That is the reason why you are here, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, this symposium is a crucial platform for us, for you, to explore the opportunities that are available in this place. And in a short while before we leave here, we shall share all the information that we need, and even hereafter, ask questions as much as you can, so that you prepare yourselves to participate in this development of this project. That is why we say it will benefit Ugandans from the beginning to the end. We have borrowed a leaf, we have got wisdom and advice from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda that has generously shared lessons from oil and gas local content. And we believe we shall copy that which is relevant from their part into our part, so that effectively, that's our desire, that we Ugandans can actually participate as Ugandans in this project, so that we say, yes, we delivered this project. Ladies and gentlemen, especially you who are here from the private sector, please take time off. If you are going to be involved, put your whole self in and do a job that will be remembered. So that you deliver for us quality, you deliver for us reliability, and do your things in time. Because the contractor, Yab Mackenzie, has a time schedule for this project. He has 48 months. So if you are going to be part of the solution, please take care of those quality, quantity, and a timely delivery of whatever you are doing. Put your whole self in. We want to thank our prospective financiers and partners, and pray that you continue to back us, develop capacity locally, that at the end of this season of 48 months, Uganda is not left the same. As I said, we have got 1,700 kilometers of rail network to do. So this is just a part. If you do well here, you will do in the next and go in the next, until the whole country is covered. Through your collaboration, your cooperation and collaboration, and with our contractor and consultant, I am confident that Ugandans will reap the full benefits of the SGR project, which will drive our economic growth and development for our nation. Let us work together, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that this project benefits Uganda's economy, our people, and the future generations. Together, we can achieve greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Canon Engineer Perez Wamburu, SGR Project Coordinator. Let's give him another round of applause. Let me take this opportunity to also recognize the presence of Engineer Stephen Shitonsa, Engineer-in-Chief, Minister of Works and Transport, who is also here representing the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works and Transport. We've also been joined by members of the Standard Gauge Railway Project Steering Committee. We have two representatives here at the front. I request that they stand up. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for making time to join us this morning. Our project coordinator has unpacked a lot of issues, and as I said at the beginning, today is a day of sharing information. The value of this project is 2.7 billion euros, and that's quite some money. But we are here that our country and our country people can partake of it, so that several years down the road, they can look back and say, yes, there is a railway, but also there was an impact in my life. And so, as we interact today, this is going to be probably one of our biggest takeaway, especially for members of the private sector. And so today we are going to learn some of the things about the difference between national content and local content as we go along. Project coordinator talked about the lessons we have learned from PAO, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who is already rolling out national content extensively, and we are grateful for the guidance they have provided to the project. At this point, I would like to welcome Yapi Makezi, Vice President, to come and talk to us. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, esteemed member of government, colleagues from SGR, distinguished guests, and all the leaders of local business who have joined us today. It's a great honor to me to stand before you as the General Manager of Yapı Merkezi, which is the EPC contractor for the Standard Gauge Railway project connecting Malaba to Kampala. My name is Mustafa Kopuz. Your presence here today speaks volumes about the collective vision we share for Uganda's future, and for that, I am deeply grateful. I brought with me greetings from our headquarters, Istanbul, Turkey, especially our Vice Chairman of the board, Dr. Erdem Arıoğlu, who's supposed to come with me here today, but unfortunately with a last-minute call from ministry in Tanzania, he couldn't make it, but he sends his greetings to all of you. First and foremost, I must express our profound gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. This transformative project would not be possible without his unwavering support and personal involvement. His Excellency has shown a consistent commitment to this nation's development, and his dedication to this railway is a powerful symbol of his vision for a prosperous and connected Uganda. We are truly honored to be a part of bringing that vision to life. This railway is more than just a construction project. It is a critical artery that will pump lifeblood into the nation's economy. It will significantly reduce the cost and the time of transporting goods, boosting trade, and unlocking new opportunities for businesses across the country. The ripple effect will extend far beyond Uganda's borders, bringing stability and wealth to neighboring countries and cementing Uganda's position as a regional economic power. This project is a testament to the power of progress and the promise of a brighter, more connected future for all. I would also like to take this moment to acknowledge a crucial step we have already taken. Through close collaboration with SGR management and with the invaluable support of Ministry of Finance, we have created a smart mechanism known as the limited notice to proceed. Excuse me. This has given us the unique opportunity to use the time that will be spent on finalizing the financial arrangements. With a budget generously supplied by the Minister of Finance, we are already performing critical activities such as topographical works, soil investigations, and we are also establishing a sleeper factory, a small accommodation camp, and temporary facilities like offices, warehouses, and laboratory. The goal is to be ready for the early phases of the main works once the financial arrangements are secured. As a result, our boots are already on the ground, and we are eagerly looking forward to start the main works and to seeing physical structures on site very soon. I would also like to strongly stress the importance of the environmental and social requirements. The completion of the studies have paramount importance for the closure of the finance on time. And once the construction starts, we as Yapı Merkezi promise to obey all the rules of the environmental and social necessities and do our best to protect the environment of this beautiful country. While we are committed to building this project to the highest international standards, the true measure of our success will not be in the rail or the sleepers we lay. It will be in the legacy we build together. For us, the most important aspect of this project is the national content. Excuse me. This symposium is not merely an informational session. It is a call for partnership. Without mobilizing national content, this project cannot be completed successfully. You are one of the most important elements of this project. We are here to introduce the project, but more importantly, we are here to understand how we can work with you, the local vendors, suppliers, and subcontractors, to maximize Ugandan participation. This time presents a unique opportunity for you to invest in your production lines, to enhance your capacity, and to prepare to meet international standards. We need high quality materials delivered in the right amount and on schedule. We believe the government will support such crucial investments, and we are ready to build the supply chains and partnership that will last long after the final rail is laid. But national content is not just about materials and services. It is also about people. We also need a highly skilled, qualified workforce. That is why we are committed to extensive training programs, both theoretical and practical. Our goal is to significantly increase the level of expertise among Ugandan workers and day by day increase the number of local professionals working on this project. This is an investment in human capital that will benefit this nation for generations. My colleagues will provide you with the specific details of our requirements and how you can get involved during the course of this symposium. They will outline the supply chain, the qualification process, and the training opportunities that are available. Thank you, and we look forward to a fruitful partnership with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Let's give the Vice President another round of applause. Thank you for those remarks, Honorable Minister, the Ambassador of Turkey to Uganda, the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works and Transport, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kataike Susan, the Head of PR and Communication at the Ministry of Works and Transport, the co-MC with David at this event. Right now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Engineer Stephen Chitonsa, the Engineer-in-Chief, Ministry of Works and Transport, and representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works and Transport. You're welcome.
Thank you, MC. The Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, the Ambassador of Turkey in Uganda, the Vice President, Yapi Mackenzie, senior government officials, representatives of the private sector, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Engineer Stephen Chitonsa. I'm Engineer-in-Chief, Ministry of Works and Transport, and I'm standing in for the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Works and Transport. These are his remarks. It gives me great pleasure and honor to address you today at this historic inaugural National Content Symposium for the Standard Gauge Railway Project. This is not merely a ceremonial gathering. It is a forum of accountability, of commitment, and of vision. It is where we come together as Ugandans, joined by partners and stakeholders, to answer a simple but profound question. How will this transformative railway project tangibly benefit our people, our businesses, and our nation? First, I'll start with the strategic importance of the standard gauge railway. Ladies and gentlemen, the standard gauge railway is not going to be just a transport line. It is going to be a strategic backbone for Uganda's economic transformation. For decades, our economy has borne the heavy burden of high transport and logistics costs. Today, it costs up to United States dollars 3,500, which translates to about USD dollars 0.14 per ton per kilometer to transport a container from Mombasa to Kampala by road, while it will cost about United States dollars 2,000 for the same distance using the standard gauge railway. Currently, the journey of goods from Mombasa to Kampala takes up to 7 days by road, subject to congestion and delays, while the SGR, the same journey will take almost less than a day. When fully operational, the Uganda SGR network will have the capacity to move between 20 to 30 million tons of cargo annually, reducing road damage, lowering emissions, and cutting the cost of doing business. In effect, the SGR will position Uganda as the trade and logistics hub of East and Central Africa. National content and putting Ugandans at the center. But distinguished guests, a railway made entirely of foreign steel by foreign labor and serviced by foreign companies would not serve our long-term interests. That is why national content is central to the SGR vision. It is about ensuring that Ugandans are not bystanders, but active participants and beneficiaries in every stage of this project. Next, I'll go to capacity building and skills transfer. One of our biggest opportunities lies in building Ugandan human resource capacity. The SGR project is not just laying tracks, it is laying foundations for a new industry in this country. Uganda currently has fewer than 100 railway engineers and specialists. Yet to sustain the SGR in Uganda, we need thousands. Our strategy, therefore, includes training of Ugandans in specialized railway skills over the next 5 years, establishing partnerships with various academic and technical institutions to integrate railway relevant modules into their curricula, and developing a railway training institute in Uganda to ensure continuity of skills beyond the project's lifespan. In this way, when the project is complete, it will not be foreign companies managing our trains, maintaining our trucks, or operating our locomotives. It will be Ugandans proudly and capably doing so. Local industry participation. National content also means leveraging this project to grow our local industries. Wherever possible, the SGR project will source inputs locally. Uganda has the capacity to supply cement, aggregates, and even reinforced steel and steel products that meet international standards. By aligning procurement policies with our local industrial capacity, we can ensure that our factories, quarries, and workshops are part of this historic project. Our role as government is to ensure that clear guidelines, fair opportunities, and transparent monitoring mechanisms are in place so that no Ugandan company capable of delivering is left behind. Strategic importance. The benefits of the SGR extend beyond the construction sites. A reliable, efficient, and affordable railway will, one, spur industrialization by making it viable to set up manufacturing plants inland. Two, it will boost agriculture by linking farmers to regional and international markets at lower costs. Three, it will enhance tourism by making travel faster, safer, and more affordable. 4. It will reduce road accidents, which currently claim over 4,000 lives annually in Uganda, mainly due to heavy truck traffic. 5. It will save the government billions of shillings in road maintenance costs as bulk cargo shifts from roads to rail. These are not abstract numbers. They represent real opportunities for jobs, savings for businesses, improved safety for families, and competitiveness for our country. Distinguished guests, this symposium challenges us to move beyond ambition. Our plans are important, but their true value lies in our ability to deliver tangible results. Today, I urge all stakeholders, ministries, private sector actors, development partners, financiers, and civil society to come together and rally behind one vision, a railway that is truly Uganda. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the standard gauge railway is not just about steel, sleepers, and locomotives. It is about people. It is about jobs for our youth, opportunities for our businesses, skills for our engineers, and a stronger future for our nation. If we get national content right, then the SGR will not only connect Uganda to the Indian Ocean, but it will also connect Ugandans to prosperity, dignity, and ownership of their development journey. Let this symposium be remembered as the moment we committed collectively to ensure that the standard gauge railway becomes not just a railway in Uganda, but a railway by Ugandans and for Ugandans. I thank you all for your kind attention, and I look forward to fruitful deliberations for God and my country. I thank you.
Let's give the acting PS another loud hand of clapping for those powerful remarks. The SGR is a game changer, long awaited, and now it's time for us to reap from what comes with the implementation of the project. Through you, Honorable Minister, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Turkey to Uganda, to give his remarks. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, esteemed officers in the Uganda Ministry of Works, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to join you today at the National Content Symposium for the Uganda Standard Gauge Railway Project. On behalf of our embassy in Kampala and my government, I sincerely thank you for this opportunity. Turkey has a long-standing tradition of engineering excellence, technical innovation, and commitment to sustainable development. Yapı Merkezi, a leading Turkish construction and infrastructure company, is undertaking this prestigious project. Yapı Merkezi has proven track record of delivering large-scale infrastructure projects across the region, working hand in hand with local companies and employing local talent. Their extensive experience in railway, bridge, and infrastructure development demonstrates their capability and dedication to fostering regional development and supporting local industries. Beyond construction, This project will serve as a vital platform for knowledge and skills transfer. Ugandan professionals and companies will gain valuable know-how, ensuring that local capacity continues to grow long after the completion of the project. Significant financial resources will also be injected into the Ugandan economy through investment, procurement, and employment, directly benefiting communities and businesses across the country. Moreover, the project's impact will extend beyond the railway itself. Its spillover effects will stimulate related sectors such as manufacturing, logistics, trade, and services. Most importantly, this railway will not stand in isolation. It will pave the way for the eventual completion of the standard gauge railway from Mombasa to Kasese, also reaching in the future to South Sudan, creating a seamless transport corridor. This will bring immense contributions not only to the welfare and the prosperity of Uganda, but also to a regional integration and economic growth for the entire East African community. Today's gathering underscores the importance of collaboration, local empowerment, and sustainable development, principles that resonate deeply with Turkey's strategic partnership with Uganda. We believe that shared expertise, innovation, and mutual dedication, we can contribute to the success of this project while strengthening bonds between our nations and supporting Uganda's economic growth. I look forward to fruitful discussions, successful partnerships, and collective efforts to make this project a symbol of progress, capacity building, and shared prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellence, for those remarks, and thank you for all the support to the SGR project. I would like to once again welcome the Engineer-in-Chief, the Acting PS, who will welcome the Honorable Minister to make his remarks.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to welcome our Honorable Minister for Works and Transport to address the symposium. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, the Vice President of UAP Mackenzie, Engineer Chitonsa, the representative of the PS Ministry of Works and Transport, members of SGR Steering Committee, members of SGR Project Management Unit, all distinguished guests and potential service providers in the room, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this symposium on national content for the standard gauge rail. First of all, let me congratulate the PMU, the Project Management Unit, for having reached this far. I also want to thank Ugandans for being patient with us because I think you have really been patient. You have waited for this for quite a while. And I think I've also been able to take enough of your TikToks. Uh, Ugandans are very, very good at making amusing things. When we launched the passenger train with the old meter gauge coaches, some of you sent me a TikTok showing Uganda launching the meter gauge with the Tanzania sending the standard gauge. But I think I'm very happy to be here, to be part of the process, and now showing the direction as to where we are going with our own standard gauge Larry. I also want to thank Yapi Mackenzie for being patient with us, because our systems are so laborious, this way, that way, this way, and sometimes you don't know which is the next direction. But you have been patient with us until now you are seated here and you are going to be implementing this project. So all of you who have been involved, I want to thank you for bringing us this far. And at this point, I'm very sure that we are going to have the project roll off. Thank you, all those who have come, for honoring this invitation and to bring your expertise to this national conversation that will shape Uganda's industrial future. And I request you to be very frank when you go into the discussion phase. Please ask the relevant questions, ask whatever question you think will enable us to achieve this dream. Don't be shy to ask whatever you feel needs to be asked. Don't leave this room without being sure how you are going to participate in this endeavor. We gather today under the purposeful theme, unlocking national potential through railway infrastructure. This is more than a slogan, it's our shared commitment that SGR will not only move our goods and passengers, but also advance our economy. And also, as you have already heard, enable us to develop skills and also bring up new enterprises. A few days ago, I was not amused, but I was impressed by a Ugandan who is exporting matoke, fresh matoke. He peels the matoke, packs them in a sealed container, and sends them by container to US, to UK, to Europe. And I was like, how many days does this man take to have all this? When he was asked about the air travel, he said, no, they are very expensive and they can't take the amount of cargo which the road and the containers take. Now, I think if he's somewhere in this room or listening to us, he's going to be among the happiest people, because we are going to bring something, put up this infrastructure which will make him be able to export more than what he's exporting, faster and even more safer than what is happening now. As already said, we are a regional hub. If you look at Uganda within East Africa, we are the center of things. We dispatch logistics to everybody, north, south, west, and east. So we must have our infrastructure really meeting the demand, not only of Uganda now, but also of our neighbors. Our neighbors export and import through Uganda. And so we must be able to facilitate them to move their goods as and when they need to move them. So this infrastructure is not just for a show. It's again for enabling us to respond to the growing economy, not only the economies of our country, but the economy of the region. Many of you are familiar with this project's history. It has taken a while, as I said. For over a decade, progress was slowed, primarily because of the financing constraints. We are lucky. Sometimes the Waganda was saying that maybe delay, but then at the end of the day, you achieve better. Because I think some of our friends who run very fast to implement the project have implemented them at a very high cost. And again, I want to thank the PMU, the project management unit, and all those people who were involved in the negotiation of negotiating this project, which enabled us to save a lot of money, which would have gone to waste. I am pleased to report that we have turned the corner. Now we're on the straight stretch. If it's a race, we are now looking at the finishing line, and we should now be able to put in the last energy to ensure that we deliver this project. The contract, as you have heard, is already signed with the Yapi Mackenzie. It's already in partial implementation. You have heard they received some money for limited notice to proceed, and they're doing what the contractor told you is they're doing now. This momentum reflects the decisive leadership and vision of our president, the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has been very steadfast on this project, very, very steadfast. And I hope and I think he'll also be happy to know that we have reached this far. Because if you remember some time ago, he led his regional friends, because this was conceived as a regional concept. He led his regional brothers to launch the regional project of the standard gauge railway here, down here in Munyonyo. And I think people have been asking what happened. Now it is happening. So I think you'll also be very happy to see the progress we are making. Under the EPC turnkey arrangement, the contract has been issued with a limited notice to proceed. This is about 9 months, and I think the PMU head has already told you when they expect to start working exactly, and also the project manager and the vice president has also told you what they are doing as of now as preparation for the work to start. The government has also made significant progress on these arrangements, and the project will become fully effective once all the financial closures are achieved, which we anticipate to be done by the close of the year. Government is committed to back all the institutions whoever will be involved in this, private sector and everybody, because this project is it's a very big project. It's a big project, and it's also complex. So the government established the PMU, and this is the question many of you have been asking. Why do you have Uganda Railways and then you have SGR project management unit? We want this project to be delivered out by specifically people who are looking at the project and it's delivered, not to be messed up with the URC. But at the end of the day, these are railways. The management and operation will be passed on to the Uganda Railways Corporation at some stage. But for the implementation of the project, let's not get it entangled with day-to-day management of the Uganda Railways Corporation. And that's why we have a full unit with a steering committee, which is looking at its implementation. So that's why we have this kind of setup. And again, the PMU works hand in glove with the Uganda Railways Corporation, which will eventually operate and maintain the infrastructure when it is done. I would like to acknowledge the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I don't know whether they are represented, for the support. The PSST has gone out of his way to really ensure that the money for the standard gauge is ring-fenced, and that has enabled us even to be able to pay for the PAPs, that's the project affected persons. About 60% already land has been acquired. So we are really ready to go as it is, because we already have the land on which the contractor can work. And the Ministry of Finance has assured us that for the rest of the payments, the money will be available as and when we need it. So I want to thank the Minister and his team for the overwhelming support in ensuring that this project is not affected. I want to thank the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and with whom we have worked on land acquisition, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, who is going to provide us with the electricity to run the system, because this is going to be an electrified system. It's not going to be a diesel engine. UETCL, and all the agencies who have worked with us, immigration, who have enabled our contractor to get the right travel documents and enable them to be able to come in and out as they need. The government's commitment to rail is clear. We have rehabilitated key sections of the meter gauge railway to establish freight flows in the short term. People have been asking, why are you rehabilitating the meter gauge and you are going to do the standard gauge? Definitely, trade is not going to stop. As you have heard, the construction of the standard gauge is going to take about 4 years. Now, what would happen between now and those 4 years? Can we suspend cargo movement? No, it cannot be. And also, the meter gauge will be able to move some of the construction materials for the standard gauge. So the two systems can run, one supporting the other. And it's not only Uganda which has done that. Even our friends in Tanzania have done that. Kenya did that. You rehabilitated the meter gauge, and alongside they are running the standard gauge. So we have also done that to ensure that the economy continues running as we finish the standard gauge. Of course, the standard gauge will be a game changer in terms of time of travel for our goods. It takes 24 hours to move goods from here. Can you deal with the echo? It takes 24 hours to move goods from here to Mombasa. Right now, with a meter gauge, it takes 3 to 4 days. You can calculate. I know business people, time is of essence. 24 hours, your goods are in Mombasa, ready to get on the vessel to be exported wherever you want, or if you're bringing them in. Now, the road, it takes about 5 to 7 days to move the goods. So you can see how much the standard gauge is going to improve in terms of time of travel and enabling the economy to grow. On top of that, the standard gauge will carry much more cargo per train than the meter gauge. Because for the standard gauge, the cargo train does double or triple stack, I think. They stack containers on top of the other, which cannot be done with the meter gauge. So it has a lot of advantage. So where you are taking 20 containers with a meter gauge, you may be able to take about 40 or 60 containers with a standard gauge, faster and more cargo. So that is all the advantages which this system is bringing to play and into the economy. HE, the President, has been very unequivocal in ensuring that we have maximum value from every contractor, and that at least 80 to 90% of the amount of money going to be spent remains in Uganda. And that's why this symposium, that's why they called all of you to come here to be participants and not to be, as somebody said, spectators of the project as it runs. We are going to be participants, and we expect you to be beneficiaries out of this project. So we are looking forward to a lot of benefits, not only to the lady who's going to be providing food to the workers on the line, but also to big factories like those who are producing cement, the Himas, the Tororos, the steel factories, the Tembos, the steel rolling mills, and all. So we expect all these, from small to big players, to participate in this project. That is why both the EPC turnkey contract and the supervision contract contains explicit provisions regarding national content. These provisions cover training and skills transfer, jobs for Ugandans, training. We need the contractor should not bring 80% of the workers from Turkey. The majority of the workers should be Ugandans, and he is mandated to ensure that he trains these people both locally and within his establishments back home to ensure that the skills are transferred. As you have heard, we have linked this project even to universities, Makerere University, UCU, all those where engineering is offered, so that even the universities get to understand how does this system work. We don't want to finish the system and then we are calling back expatriates to run it for us. We want our people to be able to run the system and maintain it. So skills training and skills transfer is a must in this project. So we are looking forward to all of you, to participate in all those areas, in supplies, in services, and we expect that you'll be very genuine people working with the contractor. One of our challenges as Ugandans is observing time and keeping time, and also ensuring quality of what we provide. As you have heard, he has a limited time, 48 months, he must deliver the project. So if you have engaged with him, you must be able to deliver whatever you want to be delivered on time, with the quality and in quantities required. The national, what is the national content? What does it mean in practice? Of course, works and materials will be supplied competitively by Ugandan firms, but where standards must be met again. The standards must be met. Don't say because they said I must supply sand, and you can scoop whatever you think is sand and you come and deliver. It must be tested and it must meet the standards which are required. So all the other things, aggregates, steel, fabrications, name it, it will be there. The services, of course, they will expect services, transport, fuel, logistics, catering, cleaning, waste management, because we don't want them to litter our line, and all those. The PPEs, personal protection equipment, uniforms, extra, etc. Most of these are going to be provided by you, and so we will expect you to be able to meet what is required. Of course, they demand some other professional services, like in engineering, in surveying, testing, in ICT, finance, insurance. I hope the insurance companies have already been engaged. Legal, because again, as they implement this project, they may be faced with some legal challenges, so they'll need services of such kind of in such kind of areas. To activate all this, early preparation is essential. Specifications and timelines will be communicated, and that's why we have this symposium. Suppliers must organize, meet standards, and demonstrate reliability. Where scale is required, we encourage a consortia. If you cannot deliver these things alone, please get in groups, get in teams, put together resources, and be able to provide what is required. So joint ventures are encouraged so that you can be able to meet in terms of quantities, in terms of standards. So where even financial muscles may not be available to individuals, we encourage you to form joint ventures so that you can work together, but not miss the opportunity to deliver on this one. Let me be clear: transparency and integrity are non-negotiable. Procurement process must be open and predictable, not under the table. And I would encourage a lot of e-procurement. You can use e-government now. We have the e-government system, so that there is nothing like saying my paper was pulled out of the bid I submitted. Somebody pulled out my paper. So we must be very transparent during the procurement process. Opportunities must be visible. Decisions must be defendable. Corruption, rent seeking, and favoritism will have no place in this project. PMU, you must remain as clear and as transparent as you have been. This is the time to test all that now, that the transparency which you have exercised up to now is continued throughout the project. I want to conclude by I want to appreciate all of you who have turned up. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation. When I came in, the room looked half a quarter empty or quarter full. But now I'm encouraged that they've been now close to a full room. Thank you very much for turning up, and I hope that by the time you leave here, you'll have gained something and you'll have gained the information you require to go back and do your preparation to ensure that you don't miss the opportunity. I want to thank all the ministries which have worked with us, the PS Minister of Works, and all the government officials. I want to thank our steering committee, the PMU, members of the URC. I want to thank Yapi Mackenzie. Thank you very much. Thank you again for being patient with us, and thank you for enabling us to achieve this dream. It has come far, but at last we are going to get there. I want to thank our the contract and the SSFJV, our employers representative. You are representing us well, and we are looking forward to being with you, moving with you together as we deliver this. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, the SGR is more than just rails and locomotives. It's an investment in productivity, sovereignty, and national capability. With the President's vision, the government's commitment, and your partnership, we'll build a railway that carries not only cargo and passengers, but also an ambition of our nation. It is now my honor and privilege to declare this symposium officially open. And then, as I said, please be candid, ask the questions which you want answered. And if they can't be answered now, I hope that we have a website which is open and functional, on which people can continue interacting with the PMU to ensure that nothing is left to chance. Thank you very much, and thank you for turning up today.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's give the Honorable Minister another round of applause. Thank you for your insightful remarks to the gathering this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that the symposium is being streamed live on the SGR YouTube channel. I'll ask the technical team to share the channel, to project the channel here so that we can share it with members, but it's also on our Twitter, on our X handle. For those of you who would also want to join the discussion, besides the YouTube, you can join the discussions on X. The hashtag is SGR National Content Symposium. There's a lively discussion going on there. When you find a moment, please log in. I want to take this opportunity to introduce the Executive Director of Uganda Railways Corporation and his team who have joined us. The URC team, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are going for a break. And but before the break, we are going to have a group photo. And the minister, honorable minister, is going to lead us with all the delegates at the high table. And that lady, you kindly request you to follow that lady moving forward. Jackie, you're going to lead. I've just been informed that the honorable minister of health is here and she's joining us shortly. Okay. As we wait for the minister to join, I also wanted to let you know that we have Wi-Fi in the room and the passcode is Victoria 25. Victoria 25. All of you, I believe, have invitations. And at the back of the invitation cards, there was a program. So we've been making slight adjustments to that program. So you bear with us. But the good news is that we have caught up with the time and we're not doing very badly. So I've just been guided that we shall proceed. The minister will join us as we go along after the break. Now, Jackie, yes. Now, I would request that we go and have the photo session. And then when we come back, the two ladies will again lead you to the break points where the coffee and teas are being served. Feel free to pick your coffee and come and have it from the room so that we can continue with our program. Honorable Minister, please, you can lead your team. Jackie, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome for the photo session. Yes. The photo session will be in front of the new block. Yes. Please follow the two ladies after the minister. Let's do this quickly and then get back for the tea break. Thank you very much. Can I ask that we reconvene for the second part of our activity? Can I request the ushers to ask the guests to get back to the room so we can start? Let's take our seats. We need to resume. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are going to session 2, and it's the meat. But before that, I would like to announce that we have been joined by the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Transport. Honorable Musa Echwero is with us, and we are delighted to have him. Honorable Minister, we are honored to have you. And we are going to officially begin session 2. But before that, just a reminder that our event today is being live streamed on the Standard Gauge Railway YouTube channel, as well as on X. We also, there's a discussion going on X, and the hashtag is SGR National Content Symposium. Feel free to join in. If you'd like to use the hotel Wi-Fi, the passcode is Victoria25. Victoria25. Before I ask the second presenter, the first former presenter to come, I would like to, with due honor, request the Honorable Minister of State for Works, Honorable Echwero, to come and make some brief remarks, and then we shall get into the presentations. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Good morning, friends. I am personally humbled that the Master of Ceremony has been kind to give me a slot at a time when we're expecting to really start discussing the nitty-gritty of what has brought us here. I want on the onset first to welcome the team from Turkey, Yapi Mackenzie, to Uganda, and to welcome you to this symposium. I also want to welcome all of you, distinguished citizens and stakeholders in this very important undertaking that the country is going through. Thank you so much for sparing time to come to be here so that you are part of the process. My senior has already, I know very adequately, explained the purpose for which we are here. But for me, I just wanted to give a little bit of what I know about what we are entering and the team that is driving this process. The standard gauge railway is a huge undertaking by the government of Uganda. And because of its size, its magnitude, it has also been controversial. Controversial because reached is a journey of no return. We will make it. I think what has been critical and what remains critical is this symposium, for example, where most of us, or all of us who are here, from now onwards, cease to be just passive observers, but become active participants in delivering the process. Because of the size, again, of the project and the program, there are many people who did not believe that Yapi Mackenzie, as a company, could be the real vehicle that would deliver this. And so there were so many doubts that were put in this group. I personally took the initiative as one of the senior stakeholders to go to Turkey to get an interaction, an in-depth understanding of what this company represents. I am happy to report to you that while in Turkey, I had the opportunity to meet our counterpart, the minister there responsible for infrastructure. And I probed him a lot in detail. And he was very open to me. He told me the company you are dealing with is a credible company. The company you are dealing with is a credible company, and we recommend them because there are some projects that they have undertaken here in Turkey, and they have delivered them to our expectations. They also kind to take me through, together with the engineers that had gone with me, to some of the accomplished projects in Turkey that have been undertaken by this company. And even as a layman, I may not be somebody who can technically say this is good, but my eyes can tell me that this is a good project. So I was able to see a number of projects, and I am, to the best of my understanding, satisfied that we are dealing with a credible partner, and if we give all the support and each one of us played our part, we will have the standard gauge railway from Tororo to Kampala very soon and very effectively delivered. So what has happened with the experience that we have in the ministry is that there are many of us who have never, you have the capacity to participate, but sometimes you lack information. And that we blame ourselves as a government, because it is our duty as a ministry to give you all the necessary information from the day go so that you prepare yourself to participate effectively. And that's why I salute my senior, General Katumba Wamala, for making it possible for all of us here to be here so that we can prepare for that. Now, for the company, Yapi Mackenzie, and all those who have the capacity to do this, this is going to be a tough test for all of us. And our commitment must be to deliver this project, deliver it to the expectations of Ugandans, and prove the pessimists wrong. And if there are still pessimists, and I know there are a few, not in this house, I am sure out of this house, those pessimists, I can say abundantly to them that we are going to prove you wrong. The standard gauge railway will be here, and it will be complete, and it will meet the expectations of Ugandans. And this one will be just the first phase. We shall continue to do it to the rest of the country. That's just the message I thought I should communicate this morning. I want to be here to do the listening, and if there is anything that I will be asked to again clarify, I will be happy to clarify. Once again, welcome, friends. It is our country, it is our responsibility, and therefore we must all rise and make sure that this works. I thank you so much, and thank you again.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your insightful remarks and the reassurance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have two presentations. The first one is the National Content Strategy, SGR National Content Strategy. We are beginning to unpack what national content is in the context of the standard gauge railway. And to take us through this presentation is no less a person than the Deputy Project Coordinator, Finance and Administration, Madam Miriam Tumukunde. Let us welcome her. Miriam, you're welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. Allow me to also recognize the Turkish ambassador, although he has moved out. Representatives of various PSCs in the room, members of YAPI team, our contractor, members of our supervision consultant, SSF, heads of agencies, members of the steering committee for SGR, members of the private sector, all participants. Good morning once again. My role is not so big. I'm here to share our strategy, SGR Project Management Unit strategy that we consultatively developed to implement local content during SGR development. And we did this in consultation with the contractor and other stakeholders. I will just highlight or emphasize a point that the Honorable Minister of Works mentioned about the setup of the SGR Project Management Unit as a project. Government is implementing SGR through Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Works set up a project management unit which has developed this strategy with supporting governance structures. And the Ministry of Works is supported by all MDAs, especially Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of National and Water and Environment, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Gender, without forgetting Parliament. All these stakeholders have different roles, as will be seen along the way. Let me go straight to the strategy. I want to be quick. That's our purpose as a project. I think there is a problem somewhere. Secretariat, please. That's today's theme for SGR, and the order of the presentation is as highlighted. Now, our intended objective is to share the strategy framework with all stakeholders and align all stakeholders in preparation for participation. What is national content? The previous speakers, minister and the head of the project have all spoken about into this. We define it as added value to Uganda through participation of citizens and private sector during SGR development, operations, and maintenance. That is, it's the share of labor and services and goods supplied by Ugandans, and represents the added value brought to Uganda through the activities associated with SGR. We have this strategy to enable local providers, local manufacturers, local suppliers to participate in the development of SGR. And the target is what we put in the contract is 40% of the contract value. And you have heard that the contract value is 2.7 billion euro for only Eastern route. Eastern route is Maraba, Kampala. So 40% of that contract, of that value, will be retained in the economy. Now, national content is not just local sourcing, as has been highlighted by the minister. It's local sourcing plus local value addition plus use of Ugandan labor plus technology or technological transfer. The goal is value creation and net income for Ugandans, not mere transactions with Ugandan companies. It's more than the transactions. The sourcing of goods and services from a Ugandan supplier is not necessarily national content, at least not fully, because the goods and services may have been largely imported, even when being provided by the local providers. So the value out of those transactions is what we are targeting, is what we are looking for at the end of the SGR development. The essence of national content is in value creation, that is inputs being generated by Uganda's factors of production and providing Ugandans with net income. Therefore, the purpose of the strategy is to create lasting value to the Ugandans and the economy through maximizing the share of Ugandan labor, businesses, goods and services, as well as transfer of technology to enhance, deepen the capabilities and competitiveness of our local market. The policy is in line with government development programs, such as National Development Program 4, which positions SGR as a key infrastructure project that will transform the economy. There is PPDA Act 203 as amended, which provides legal framework for preferential procurement for national content. Most of us know about BUBU, or Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, which highlights 40% of public projects to be utilized or procured using Ugandan content. Sorry, I have a small challenge here. Secretariat, please. Allow me to continue as Secretariat sorts out this technical hiccup. We have the National Trade Policy of 207 that promotes consumption and procurement of locally produced goods and services. There is also the National Industrial Policy 208, which emphasizes building national technological capabilities and a skilled workforce to support industrial growth. Can I have somebody from the Secretariat please sort out this? Because people need to see the presentation. The main objective of the national content is affirmative action. It prioritizes use of Ugandan goods, components, and value addition. It enhances private sector and citizens to actively participate in SGR development, operations, and maintenance. PMU developed national content strategy, while the contractor, Yap McKenzie, produced binding implementation plan. And we're working together to ensure that we don't leave out or we don't fault the process of national content as expected. National content boosts competitiveness. It supports Ugandan suppliers to meet SGR standards. It will promote quality in the long run. It will expand workforce participation, maximize use of Ugandan same-skilled, skilled, and unskilled labor. Therefore, it will create jobs and add value. It will drive sustainability. The key pillars of this strategy is local procurement up to 40%, where it will prioritize Ugandan suppliers. It will help us with skills development, technology transfer, enterprise development, monitoring, and compliance. If we don't monitor, we will not know how much we have tapped from SGR as an economy. Therefore, we will have implementation framework, or we have it in place. And key actors of this framework, like I said, are MDAs, different MDAs, the contractor himself, URC, and the private sector. Like I've already said, SGR PMU is well structured and resourced to implement this strategy, which is contractual and has the obligation to implement the plan that is in place together with the contractor. The contractor has or will put in place clear actions and strategies to implement this strategy because we worked on it together. And the SGR project management unit will work closely with all stakeholders to ensure that whatever is put in the contract is done. That will not be easy if we don't keep monitoring. We'll have to monitor evaluate, and improve where necessary. Let me go to the available opportunities. I thought I would project these available opportunities. Charlotte, please. Can you help the Secretariat sort out this issue? Available opportunities, there are many. Materials, we have cement up to 100%, or cement, whether high grade or low grade, will be locally procured. Types of steel, like rebars and some other structural steel, will be locally produced. All earthen materials, sand, ballast, aggregates, and all that will be locally produced. I've already mentioned labor, where unskilled labor, 100%, will be locally procured or recruited. Same skilled, 90%. Skilled labor, up to 50%. Skilled operators, up to 20%. And under management, there will be 10% of Ugandans. And then, of course, under labor, there will be several subcontracts that Ugandans will have to do. Fuel and lubricants, consultant services, trainings, financial services, communication services, all those other services that I've not mentioned, all are available for Ugandans to participate in. Let me mention about the status or the progress so far in place. SGR PMU has created or established a local content desk committee to drive this. We have signed various MOUs with different MDAs. For example, Ministry of Internal Affairs, to facilitate work permit acquisition, UNBS for standards, Engineers Registration Bureau, and many others. We have had engagements with stakeholders, different stakeholders, and we continue to have them. PSFU, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Uganda Investment Authority, and some banks, to mention a few. We have engaged some manufacturers like steel manufacturers and cement manufacturers, and we'll keep engaging until we see that we have reached where we want to be. We have done benchmarks or benchmarking visits internally and outside Uganda. There is comprehensive database of local service providers. It is under preparation, and the details, I think the contractor will share in the course of the workshop. Having mentioned all those, let me also talk briefly about the likely risks that I envisaged along the journey. Low supplier capacity and inconsistencies. That's why we're calling the private sector in this room to give you information, share information with you so that you can prepare and we mitigate on some of these. We appreciate there is limited access to cheap finance. That is a hindrance. But I believe through engagements, through training, through partnerships, through business clinics, through so many efforts, this can be also overcome. There is also the risk of pricing. where our prices or our products are not competitive. Absence of a comprehensive legal framework. We have disjointed policies domiciled in different sectors, but the government is coming up with, I think, a law on national content, which will guide MDAs along the way, not wrong. The minister earlier on talked about the administrative bureaucracy. It is also a killer, I know, especially when private sector is engaging with public sector. But again, this is something that can be mitigated. Inadequate technology that hinder our participation. These likely risks can be mitigated through capacity building, other engagements, partnerships and collaboration with banks, training, and quality assurance programs. As SGR PMU, will develop, and actually we have started developing key performance indicators, and we'll have dashboards, we'll have regular audits and reports, and we intend to put in place some penalties, at the same time incentives, to ensure that people can move on where applicable. The projected impact of this project. It is projected that by end of 48 months, SGR would have created 20,000 jobs, both directly and indirectly. Both directly and indirectly. And significantly, there will be a significant contribution to GDP of over $500 billion that will remain in the economy if each party does what is expected to do. And of course, this will trickle down and it will bring socioeconomic transformation. I would like to make an appeal to the participants, and this appeal is shared by many, especially Minister of Works, SGR PMU, and all people who are connected with SGR. Let's embrace local content. Let's strengthen partnerships. Let's drive inclusive growth. Let's improve our standards that will improve our competitive pricing. In conclusion, EPC contractor, YAPI, is responsible for procurement, mindful of national content target of 40%. We are appealing to YAPI that whatever is being done, please think of 40% as national content. Continuous information sharing and engagement of stakeholders by SGR PMU and the contractor is something that is at our heart, at the center of our heart. We'll continue engaging different stakeholders. And we've been doing that. Private sector and local suppliers are urged to embrace partnerships and collaboration among themselves to address challenges of limited capacity of production, capacity of capital. So this is a call to the private sector to prepare and also participate in these big projects of government. SGR is a transformational project. It's more than trucks and trains. It's a backbone of the economy. Together, we'll ensure it creates lasting wealth for the Ugandan people. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Project Coordinator, Finance and Administration, Standard Gauge Relay, Madam Miriam Tumukunde. Let's clap for her one more time. My takeaway from our presentation is that let's embrace local content. Let's not be cynical because of past experiences. Otherwise, these opportunities will go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation, the next one for this session, coming from Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And they are going to talk about their experience on national content in the oil and gas sector. I think there's no better way to learn and skip mistakes than listening to somebody who has walked the path that you intend to walk. So I would like to invite Pau. Oh, Pau is here. And can we have technical team, please? Can we have the presentation projected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC, Honorable Minister, government heads, the happy team, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My names are James Msherere Tujochi, and I'm privileged to work in the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as a Senior National Content Officer in charge of contracts. I bring you greetings from the Executive Director who requested me to come and represent him at this event. Unfortunately, I think I've been part of the journey with the SGR team in developing the elements of local content and YAPI in the negotiations. So there are some elements that I'll bring in that will bring value to the discussion. Yes, I would not go without telling you who we are. We are a government body established by the Petroleum Exploration and Development Act as the regulators of the oil and gas industry in Uganda. We are not the only ones. We work with our sister agency, the National Oil Company, which is the commercial arm, and of course the mother ministry, Ministry of Energy, which handles the policy aspects. And as far as oil and gas is concerned, I think anything to do with regulation, it lies with the authority. I'm not sure if this is working. We regulate several areas, including resource management to make sure that the right amount of oil is removed, cost monitoring to make sure that the costs are not exorbitant because we run a production sharing agreement that any cost incurred by government, by the oil companies will be paid back when you start producing. So it is important that the costs are maintained. Petroleum data, health safety are key, but most importantly, and what I'm going to talk about today, is national content. And I think in oil and gas, if you could go to the next, national content is key. I will not bore you a lot with this. Some of you are aware, but just to give you a picture that oil and Uganda has oil, and it is found in two areas. The upper north, up north there, yeah, around Bulisa, Noya area, that's where the biggest reservoirs are, the green part. And that area is being operated by Total. And that from 2011 to 2013, first we did a study to understand the capacity of Ugandans in terms of supplying. If we are saying this is what the oil industry needs, what do Ugandans have and what's the capacity there? So we did, with the help of the World Bank, we did an industrial baseline survey. We also said, for you to work in oil and gas, there should be skills. So we did another study, capacity needs analysis, to say these are the skills in country, this is what oil and gas requires. So we matched the gaps. Now from these studies, we did, it came up with the laws. And please move forward so that all the laws are protected. Government came up with laws. First of all, in the production sharing agreements, just like the agreements between YAPI and the government, there were local content clauses. Then, the National Oil and Gas Policy of 2008 put in the local content aspect. Then the petroleum laws, which were developed in 2013, please as head, put in the local content requirements. And there are specific attendant regulations on local content. And also a policy strictly on local content. Now, for us, local content is embedded as part of the system. It is not an option. It is not a choice. It is part of the local content. It's part of the implementation. And it focuses mainly on employment of Ugandans in the sector and giving them priority. But if you employ Ugandans, you need to have them skilled. So the other arm is skills development. The second is the use of goods and services that are available in country. But if you're going to use those goods and there's not enough capacity, you need to have some elements of capacity development. And the last is technology transfer. So we focus on those 5 pillars in local content implementation. I will give you some clauses that are key in oil and gas. Number 1, the law and in the agreements we signed, it says priority should be given to Ugandan companies in procurement where it is possible. So before you go anywhere, give priority to Ugandans. If it is not possible, the second, at least give it to a joint venture. If the joint venture is not possible, the third is get an international company, but put the requirement of subcontracting some scopes to that international company. For example, if there was a Ugandan company able to build the standard gauge rail, it would have been given that priority. If it is not possible, it would have been a JV between YAPI and a Ugandan company. But we understand sometimes JVs are not possible. Because, for example, the biggest contract we have in oil and gas, the EPC contract for the Tilenga is about $2 billion. It has increased. Now, if you say joint venture and they say bring a company to participate 50 or 30, you will hardly get anyone who has $1 billion to invest in that project. Is there anyone here in the room so that we can go with confidence? So there is that element that the joint venture is, Honorable Minister, they are pointing at you. There is that element that the joint venture is not possible. So if YAPI gets a contract, can we have him commit some aspects to local companies? That is what the law and the contracts mean. 2, we talk about procurement. Can we have a transparent procurement process? That whoever you choose is not your choice because I have had tea with you, but it's someone who has gone through a transparent process and has the capacity. It needs to be emphasized. 3, can we know who a Ugandan company is? Okay? The local element content is supposed to help Ugandan companies and Ugandan citizens. But I can assure you, as you fight for local content, people are becoming sharper. I give you, someone comes, incorporates, and you wants to be a local company. 2, if you force or put a bit of citizenship on the requirement of local content, I will give you live examples we've seen in oil and gas. Someone comes, incorporates a company in the names of the shareholders who are his cleaners. to hide behind. On implementation of the work, you find that it is not the person, but someone else who is behind him. How do we discover this? I find my names are James, so you find the company is 100% mine and my wife, but we are someone's cleaners. When we go to check the bank accounts, we find Mr. Lee Jun as a signatory of all the money. Then you start asking, is that a local company? So we need to find out what the local company is. But there need to be a stage of approval on government side. Before you award, can we look at it and say this is an actual local company, it is in that direct action of work. If you go to the next, in our laws, government, after the studies I told you, ring-fenced 16 services. Because they said these services, they are easily available in country. You don't have to find them anywhere. Right now, we are revising to ensure that we go beyond these services. If you do clearing and forwarding, crane hire, civil works, supply of drilling and production material, communication, waste management, we say those are companies that are Ugandan that should do these services. So, this law protects, and I hope that also YAPI can look at some ring-fenced services for Ugandan companies and say in our scope, we're keeping these for Ugandan companies. We go to the next, if you go, move. Among the reserved, we also include that in the bids, these oil companies put an element of local content. How are they training Ugandans? How are they employing Ugandans? They set up tender offices and also encourage joint ventures. And we include a 48% participation interest of a Ugandan company in the joint ventures. If you go to the next. In terms of employment, we say priority should be given to Ugandans as far as employment is concerned. And therefore, the Petroleum Authority recommends work permits to the Ministry of Internal Affairs because they will say, listen, we want this kind of engineer. He's not in country. We want to bring an expatriate. The authority and the technical team know we have a database of all skilled people, National Oil and Gas Talent Register, where we know if the skill is available or not. It is on that we recommend a work permit to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and an expatriate is brought in. And we also ask at least Ugandans be paid commensurate salaries. We also require reporting on national content on a regular basis, as well as workshops like this one. Every quarter, the oil and gas companies and contractors hold workshops to give companies on what's going to be procured. If you go to the next. Yes, these are some of the tools we use. First of all, the Petroleum Authority reviews the work plan of the contractors, these EPC contractors, every year. It identifies which program is going to be run that year. It looks at the procurement plans for that year and then looks at the bids at the contract award before award, which companies are there. But we have also established a database, and that database defines which company, what service they do, are they Ugandan or not, and their experience. And the contractor is obliged that you cannot contract outside the database. So whoever is on the contractor side, they need to have their companies registered on the database because this is the only way you know that a legitimate company is working. How has this been important? I can assure you, someone comes and registers a company which has never done any work. A contractor EPC gets him and gives him a job, either to hide under local content or he's the one running the company. But if you go and visit, he's an engineering company, but he's in a hotel room. So as government, you need to be able to know who are you giving the job? Is he qualified to do the job? Or is it just sticking the local content requirements? And of course, with others. So we have had a comprehensive legal framework. And what has been the success story? Now, we visited and benchmarked on several countries. In Nigeria, before the Local Content Policy Act of 2010, 5% was going to local companies. So from the time Nigeria discovered oil, which was like 50 or 60 years ago, until 2010, they only had 5%. They introduced the Act of Local Content. Right now, Nigeria is in a range of having 50% participation of Nigerian companies in their industry. And it has been a deliberate effort. We are lucky we visited countries like Norway. We visited countries like Canada. We visited countries like Ghana, and we've seen that it works. We need to take interest in our own things. And for Uganda, we've started off well because the policy came in before went far. In terms of employment, currently in the fields, oil and gas fields, we have over 15,000 employees. 90% are Ugandans. And it's deliberate because of this policy. In terms of contracting, so far to date, from FID, which was about 5 years ago, 7.4 billion worth of contracts have been awarded. We've ensured, because there are 3 tiers, not everyone is going to be at tier 1. The EPC company is at tier 1. He subcontracts you to deliver for him equipment, your logistics company, you are at tier 2. At tier 3, the logistics company will maybe buy fuel. That's tier 3. Now, we've managed to say the one that has a direct contract with oil and gas companies like Total is tier 1. And Total has given about 7.4 billion and Sinok. And this is equipment, material, heavy things. Mostly take that, pipes that are coming from China. But we have ensured that out of that 7.4, what can be done here is done. And 2 billion has gone to Ugandan companies. We've started off at 27%, which other countries started off at 2%, 3%, 5% in Nigeria. But it's not alone, because these tier 1s of 7.5 have also subcontracted. So our estimate is that we are over 2 billion, we're almost in 40% as far as spend on local companies are concerned, if we are to go tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. In terms of capacity building, the oil companies have been mandated to do capacity building. And to date, about 14,000 have been trained in different areas. And about 200 government employees, I'm privileged to be part of those, have been trained to make sure that we manage the oil and gas sector well. In terms of enterprise involvement, there are specific trainings to fill in the gaps for companies where they are missing. They have set up an industry enhancement center for oil and gas, and over 2,000 firms are being trained, because they will tell you it is simple basics of health and safety, what is lacking, and then training is happening. In terms of technology transfer, we have promoted that through joint venturing. Now, at approval level, the authority says, no, you can go and find a joint venture partner for this. And I'll give you success stories. As an example, we have hazardous waste management. It was a very complicated technical process. The companies came and said, you know what? We want to give an international company. But when we looked at the bid, we were lucky to see that a Ugandan arm, I think Ruero Industries, had partnered with another Chinese firm to provide it with technology. The authority said, no, please give it to a joint venture. They negotiated. If you visit the industry now, the work going on to handle hazardous waste by NEC is impressive. In 5 years or 3 years, NEC will be able to handle all hazardous waste for oil and gas alone as a result of these efforts. So we are encouraging joint venturing. And joint venturing not only international, but also local companies. I'll give you another example of logistics. There are logistics companies that have partnered and handled bigger contracts to handle these. So we ask them to partner through joint venturing and the rest. So we have had success stories. These are some of the companies, and I'm glad when I came, there were some that were here. So as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize a few things here. One, not everyone will get a direct contract with Yapi. You will have Yapi's subcontractor he contracts you, but you will be able to subcontract another one. So your next job would be someone you're seated next to. Because if they give him civil works and you supply him fuel or trucks, you don't need to go to Yapi. Understand that everyone in the room could be your next job. So network. 2, Yapi. What is a Ugandan company? The intent of local content is to help Ugandan citizens and individuals. If someone comes and incorporates because he's your brother from Turkey, please give priority to a Ugandan citizen. Define what a local content company is. 3, define a clear scope of work for Ugandan companies. Let's not say we are promoting local content without saying this is the work they are going to do. If it is civils, if it is what, bring it out. Give it to them and say, this is what we want to subcontract to you. 4, there is a temptation of self-performance. Even if it were you and you get the contract, you have the capacity to do all the work. But that can be greed. Local content means you are giving some work to other companies. Please avoid self-performance when you have agreed on a particular scope. 5, there is payment. Some people want to pay local content by delaying payments. By paying and the person struggles and struggles. Please provide good payment terms. 6, there is nothing that is impossible. I'm lucky to have sat next to one of the contractors who was doing a moving of the rig. And we have just been sharing, and he was like, I thought it was complicated, assembling, and they had given it to me, they thought I would fail. But he looked for the engineers who assembled the rig. He has moved around the world. Mr. Nsereko, stand up. This is a real testimony here. He's moving a rig. And he's able to move it. He's saying there is nothing that is impossible. If you trust them and give them a chance, they will be able to deliver. I'll close with a story. It's told that there was a hunting between a lion, a tiger, and a rabbit. When they went and did their hunting after getting the meat, the lion, being the head, told them, please divide. So he told the tiger, you divide and cut off the pieces for us. The tiger cut off the front part, gave it to the lion and said, you're the head. You're the one who led. You have this, I'll have the back, and the rabbit will have the tail. All he was doing was just distracting the animal. The lion slapped the tiger and it fell aside. So the lion told the rabbit, now be the one to divide. The rabbit cut the first part. He said, Mr. Lion, this front is yours because you are the head. Cut the middle, it's yours because you led us. Cut the last, it is yours for breakfast and the next day because you are the head of this whole expedition. Then the lion said, when did you learn how to share equitably like this? The rabbit said, you know what? After that slap, I could not risk because everything is yours. So, Mr. Yapi, you've gone hunting. You've gone with the government. You've gone with private sector. You've secured funds. You've negotiated. The meat is there to be served. Please don't be like the lion. Share equitably. Thank you very much.
That's quite an interesting story, isn't it? There's a lot to learn from that. Thank you so much. Let's give him another hand clap, please. There's a lot to draw from Pau's presentation, a lot to learn from. They've done great, and I don't think we will struggle as we implement the SGR project. We at least have somewhere to benchmark from as a country and as a project. We are a bit beyond our time. So I am going to request two things. Our next presenter is about upcoming opportunities under the SGR project, the Malaba Kampala line. And we are going to have the National Content Plan presentation by Yapi. However, before they come for the presentation, I would like to request our Secretariat, we shall have a Q&A. So let's have about 4 microphones. Let's have people in the different aisles. After that, we shall be having some questions. And to you, Yapi, given the time constraints, I would like to request that we keep it as short as we possibly can in order to get into the hotel schedule. So you're welcome to make your presentation. Thank you.
Can you please go back one slide? Yes. I'm trying to test whether it is working or not. Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, steering committee of SGR, executive committee members, uh, executive committee members of SGR and executives of government, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ömer Güzel from Yapı Merkezi. I'm happy to have this opportunity. I know that everybody knows this SGR project, but I would like to give some brief information about the project. After completion of my presentation, I will leave the stage to our project coordinator, Mr. Mert Öz, who is going to give additional information about national content strategy approach of Yapı Merkezi and current achievement of the progress on the project. Yes. So the project standard gauge railway Malaba-Kampala Eastern Route project is starting from Malaba at the Kenyan border and will be ended in the capital city, Kampala, with a total length of 227 kilometers. And the maximum design speed of the project is 120 kilometers per hour, and the capacity of the line is 22.5 million ton per year for freight transportation and 2.5 million ton per year for passenger transportation. There will be 6 passenger stations and 5 passing stations with security buildings. The passenger stations are going to be located in Kampala, Kampala East, Lugazi, Jinja, Iganga, and Torora. The passing stations are going to be located in Lugo Lambo, Magamaga, Nakawa Buola, and Nogongera. The line will consist also 30 kilometers of branch lines and 67 kilometers of sidings. Since the contract is an EPC type contract, engineering works, procurement, construction works are going to be done under the scope. The implementation of earthworks, engineering structures, drainage structures, roadworks, and buildings are going to be done under the civil works. Track works, system works such as signaling, telecommunication, and electrification works are going to be done within the scope as well. The purchase and delivery of the rolling stocks, maintenance equipment for rolling stocks, and freight handling equipment will be provided as well for the smooth and efficient operation as per the operation and maintenance plan. The main line will be around 227 kilometers, and the total track length will reach to 327 to 325 kilometers. The river Nile is going to be crossed with a special bridge, with a long span bridge, and the Mbuya Hill at Kampala will be passed with a board tunnel with a total length of 2.1 kilometers. Additionally, 28 numbers of bridges are going to be constructed. 59 underpasses will be constructed as well, in addition to 4 cut and cover structures and 15 overpasses. The rolling stocks are going to be maintained in the one main maintenance center and 2 in the integrated maintenance workshops. Malaba-Kampala Railway project, is going to be constructed as a world-class project, as a world-class railway project, where we are going to implement the European codes mainly. The total duration of the contract will be 48 months after the limited notice to proceed period, which is 8 months. During the limited notice to proceed, we call LNTP period, some of the works are going to be done, such as partial mobilization works, field surveys, including topographical, geographical, and hydrological surveys, and some of the preliminary design works, and also all the utilities are going to be identified all along the route as well. The finance of the project is going to be provided at the end of the LNTP. And the 60% of the finance is going to be provided through export credit agencies. 25% of the loan finance is going to be provided through development finance institution credits, and 15% of the finance is going to be provided with the own sources of government of Uganda. During the LNTP stage, uh, some of the construction works are ongoing, such as the slipper factory, laboratory, and buildings for warehouse, dormitories, office facilities, along with the concrete batching plant and also a precasting yard as well. The total duration, as I mentioned, the total duration of the project is 48 months, which is going to be started just after, it is planned to be started just after the LNTP period. And the main works are going to be started early next year, 2026, in the first quarter of 2026. But the point is, the finance should be ready, and the finance is going to be planned to be provided with a condition that especially the environmental and social impact requirements should be satisfied in advance before financial closure. It is this environmental and social studies has a paramount importance to obtain the financing for the project. Also, I would like to give small information about the presence of Yapı Merkezi in the region. As you know, Yapı Merkezi completed 2 loads in Tanzania, and they are under operation over a year, and 2 more loads are under construction. Currently, we signed the contract for Eastern SGR, Malaba-Kampala project, and once this project completed, Uganda will gain seamless railway access to the port of Mombasa and the Indian Ocean. And in addition to this, after completion of the Western SGR line, also this access will be extended to the Democratic Republic of Congo as well. Thank you for listening me. I completed my presentation and I would like to leave this stage to our project coordinator, Mert Öz, to give further information about the national content strategy. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, and representative from the industry. We are happy to be here in front of you as a contractor of standard gauge project, which is a game changer, as our employers says, and we believe this will change the game in the country. So last 3 years we are in the country and we are exploring the potentials and opportunities, how we can collaborate with Ugandan companies, employees, and government authorities, having experience within the regions. Like 12 years, we implemented similar projects in the region, like Ethiopia and Tanzania. We achieved certain local content levels, number of employees, and we have successful stories over there. And the projects are done by Yapi Merkez. Considering this symposium and local content utilization, it's not only, it's a component of the project. It's not box to tick. Of course, it's a required part of the project. So we consider in 3 areas: labor, subcontractors, and plant and materials. We can say supply. Most important component for such projects are skilled human resource. Even when we talk about subcontractors, without having skilled labor, they can fail. Even for us, without having skilled labor, we could fail. But we will win altogether. We have, according to our contract, as our deputy project coordinator presented, for employees, 100% of unskilled laborers will be Ugandan. 90% of semi-skilled laborers will be Ugandan. And 50% of skilled laborers and 20% of skilled operators will be Ugandan. And 10% management, including engineers, to be Ugandan. It is possible to achieve this and go beyond this one, we believe. At the end of the slide, we will mention. We aim to achieve the target in line with the following principles within 24 months after financial closure, which means main works commencement. We plan to establish training centers, training assessment centers. In these centers, candidates will be evaluated and employed and interviewed. Suitable candidates will be selected. Then they will attend for trainings, both technical and health and safety, environment and social, to understand requirements set for project. During these trainings, risk-related active trainings and precautions will be introduced to them. We will certify them. Then we will start our employment journey with them. This is the image of training center within a neighbor country, which is in Tanzania. So these centers aim to ensure fair access for job for anyone who has the skills or who is available. To support inclusivity of mobile teams, we will reach remote candidates This is very important, especially in such kind of projects where project affected people a lot. 270-kilometer line, there will be thousands of people who are affected through the project. They are relocated from their land. So to access them, it is important. For Kampala, for main project companies, they can easily access. We can easily access them. But for the one very local people, so we will have a mobile team. Who is a farmer? Maybe he can do something as a mason, as a carpenter. He can learn. In our training center, we focus on train them especially. Capacity building, we have 3 stages. First, employment through assessment, then general induction, health and safety, environment, social, cultural, and any other risk-related activities we are going to implement. Then, as soon as we start our journey and the employee starts his work with a junior level or any level, there will be further trainings and mentorship to be given to them until they reach to certain level. For example, this aims an unskilled labor to gain skill and maybe completes the project as a supervisor. We have achieved such kind of uh, uh, positions within a neighbor countries. We believe we will achieve much more than that once, because as the time goes, we improve our skills and we have better tools right now. Then succession, so person gains an experience and he can execute the project and he can execute his responsibilities even beyond. So this is the summary of labors. For subcontractors, most of them they are here. So we are going to introduce with the following slide the platform for applications, even for labors and suppliers and subcontractors. So first of all, as a design and build contract, which is engineering, procurement, and construction, we have to finalize the design to identify the quantities and quality quantities and time frames. So accordingly, when we identify the works can be subcontractor, we will determine the scopes, includes the quantity, bill of quantity, for eligibility and selection, and we set selection criteria. Then through the platform, the companies will show their interest and we will reach them out and we will identify the candidates and we will share them the request for proposal, bill of quantities, and necessary standards or drawings for them to share their proposals, then evaluation for bids, then selection. This is for subcontractors. So a bit detail of the previous slide, as we did analyze the project requirements and standards, ensuring and we identify the task for suitable subcontractors. Important thing is the cost efficiency and strategic benefit to the project. This approach emphasizes direct engagement with manufacturers and suppliers to maximize the advantage to the industry and to the project. And scope and selection criteria shall be enough transparent and enough specific, and for each work package, including technical capabilities, financial capacities, and quality and management standards to evaluate subcontractor and qualification. Candidate identification, identify potential subcontractors through market research and verification of their expertise, competence, capacity based on similar successful projects. These are key points. In 48 months, We need to complete this project and train should run. And RFP issuance and bid collections, we will prepare according to design and standards for each work packages. We will prepare RFP documents with a detailed scope and with the evaluation methodologies. We will issue RFP and we will shortlist the companies and candidates and should be given sufficient time, but in line with the project duration and programs for a comprehensive bid submissions. And bid evaluation against established criteria, there will be comparison tables. We will compare all the bids. If the bids are not compliant, we will remind the companies to fulfill, to compare apple and apple at the end of the day. For a full compliance, we will avail all necessary informations at that stage. Then, after bid submissions and compliance criteria, we will invite shortlisted candidates for a final negotiations to discuss with the contractual terms, financial terms, and other necessary discussions for a best combination of qualification, price, and compatibility within the work plan, giving presence of competitive to the local subcontractors. So, as it is mentioned in the previous speeches, one company may not have the enough capacity, but they can merge with the other companies. Even if the necessary experience or capacity is not in the country, according to our strategy document, which is part of the contract, we will encourage the companies or international companies to come and joint venture with the companies to execute that necessary scope of works. So this is in our contract. This is the agreed national content strategy. We will encourage both local and international companies to come together and to deliver the project. Within this approach, I believe within a time, Ugandan companies will be able to perform the works alone without need of joint venture partners. So one of the other important point, since this is an EPC contract, there is a fixed price and fixed budget for the project. We don't have budget approvals for a year because our contract is defined with 2.7 billion euro and we have to perform the works. Competitiveness is very important because we cannot go and claim additional amounts for additional structures. So we need to be all competitive and in terms of quality. There are some of the areas we are still exploring because it is a long journey. This is a big project, so we are still exploring more areas. But those are the some areas that I would like to introduce. The target is to prioritize the Ugandan companies, subcontractors, service providers, as long as they are competitive, capable of meeting project requirements. Where my colleague mentioned, this is a European standards. We have to implement this project according to European standard. As it is in Germany, as it is in France, the project will be same in Uganda. And it should be compliant with the export credit financing conditions as well, which is another thing. And align with the contractor's work plan and timeline. This might include mobilization activities, which is a camp construction, some facilities, general civil structural subcontract works will be considered. Engineering and design services, which we are already engaged and some of the engineering companies and we are looking for more to engage. catering services, security services, legal, financial, accounting services, insurance, logistic, laboratory services, laboratory, it can be health or material laboratories. We are already working with communication, data, cleaning services, waste management and recycling, of course, environmental management and consultancy services for, for necessary environment, social and impact assessment studies and reports, aligned with both NEMA and IFC requirements, and health medical services, we already, and personal management, HR, we will be there, and social services, any kind of social services, then event management, and more areas will be explored. And I am sure right after this symposium, we will have more areas that we are going to introduce here. The approach aims to promote local economical development, skill transfer, job creation, while ensuring successful project implementation. We have to ensure hand in hand successful project implementation. We can be happy, but project may not be happy. Important thing is project implementation. This is a supplier selection. Any supply, we are open. We encourage everyone direct communicate with the contractor that is going to be introduced as a platform. For supplier, we identify the materials, equipments, and requirements, and we will share. It can be trucks, grains, food, any materials. We will share the requirements according to standards and quantities for the project. Accordingly, we will collect the bid. It will be a long journey. For example, we can talk about steel, rebar. We have big potential in the country. We have to introduce our requirement standards to the industry, then we collect the bids for total quantity, assumed quantity, which can be competitive at that stage. We cannot go and introduce weekly quantities. It will not make sense to implement the project in big quantities. If it is 100,000 ton, we are going to ask that much supply in conditions, with conditions. So we would like to remind the industry, so you consider the quantities as a long term, as a long term. Accordingly, we will be having bids. You will be able to submit the bids, and those bids will be evaluated transparently. Then the best evaluated bid will be selected. Those are the areas that I mentioned. For the sake of time, I can just briefly mention the headings. Yes, identification of required plant and materials, sharing the requirements with the potential suppliers, bid collection and evaluation process and selection of the best evaluated bids or subcontractors, in line with the contract and EPC principles. So the areas for supply we have seen up to now and mentioned in the previous. So work plan and timeline and competitiveness, of course, it is important. Then main areas, there will be hundreds of areas maybe, but main materials, the cement, aggregate, sand, and the other natural resources, of course, reinforcement bars. There is huge potential in the country, so it can be supplied from Uganda. Commercial explosives, it is available in the country, and we have seen the factory, everything, it is available. Fuel and petroleum products will be supplied from Ugandan companies. They are exist. Pipes, fittings, and any other construction materials or fittings can be supplied. Rental services, this is abroad. It can be crane, it can be vehicles, it can be trucks or excavators, anything. It will be there, and it is there. Then general consumable food, so will be supplied to Uganda from Ugandan companies. The approach aims to promote and foster the economy through the project. This is our main goal. As a conclusion, we are committed to achieve up to 40% national content distribution, encompassing labor, material, equipment, and services, and many other areas in accordance with contract provisions and local regulations. Ugandan personnel and suppliers will be engaged where they demonstrate competitiveness, competence, capability in terms of price, quality, and time delivery. As a contractor, we will actively pursue opportunities to exit this target through the diligent application of the procurement strategy. This is very critical for us. We wish to achieve and exit this. Due to nature of the project and time constraints, this is our request and reminder. Both companies and employees shall make effort and much effort to realize the project together and to deliver our responsibility. At the end of the day, even if it is employment or subcontractor supply, this is a commercial and contract things that we will be having. We will be binding each other with a contract and financial implications. So we should prepare ourselves. And the week is 7 days, day is 24 hours. So we should start considering day shifts, night shifts, and additional crews, and to increase our capacities. So to save the time and deliver the project together, we have to work hand in hand together. If I work and you don't come, so I cannot do it. We have to do it together because there will be direct employees, around 5,000 employees. And if we talk about 90% of the Ugandans, so 10% cannot work alone. We have to work all together. So we need everyone's support, even indirect activities. Please support the project. That is the main point that we can work together. We have to follow each other's work time schedule because this is a contract, it's binding us, and you will be binded with the similar conditions. So to be successful, we have to be together. To this end, contractor will apply best efforts to overcome challenges and meet these objectives. If we see challenges, we will sit with our employers to ask guidance from the executive steering committee, from the ministry, so how best we can go and solve the challenges. Through a comprehensive selection plan, we have to achieve structured approach for procurement, supporting the timely delivery of high quality of the project. It will serve a roadmap for execution while fostering continuous improvement through the construction and life cycle. I would like to mention some progress of the project. As we are all hearing from the media, financing arrangements are having very good progress. So there was a workshops, so all the lenders attended. It was April, but today we have better achievements. And we had a district engagement meetings with employer and ministry representatives. It was successfully all along the route, and it is still continuing at village levels, sub-county levels, LC1, LC5. So everyone has been engaged, even individuals. We have huge people, employers, employee representative, and our teams, they are on every village, every village. Everyone knows that project started, but we are sensitizing the project before we commence our activities. And during LNTP, this is a design stage, preliminary design stage. We are completing our surveying activities, and we have a aircraft now is flying around between Malaba to Kampala and surveying the ground, so where we will know the topography for a design. And geotechnical investigations are ongoing, and we have a very good progress in that. And we need to get soil parameters to identify what kind of soil improvements and what kind of foundations we have to design in line with the Excel load and project requirements. And for your information, the structure's life is 100 years, and the similar project has less. So this is really special project for Uganda, and it's been procured in a very good way. Can I get help to go to second one? As of now, since we are here last 3 years and we already started our work, we engaged some, and this is a good indication for the symposium. And works are undertaken and being done by Ugandan companies, which is a surveying and LIDAR surveys. They are flying over Ugandans. Geotechnical investigation, Ugandan company is doing it. Stakeholder engagement, Ugandan company is doing. Camp mobilization, Ugandan company engaged, companies engaged. There are different packages will be introduced, and some design packages given already to Ugandan companies. And following services are supplied by Ugandan companies: insurance, medical, rental, security, banking, general supplies, and legal consultancy. We are working with Ugandan companies. As a progress, we have 14% on design achieved as of today. Subcontractors for design works have been determined, and we are negotiating with them for preliminary stage. And local design companies are favored as much as possible for various design activities. Design works for stations will be undertaken by, in cooperation with Ugandan company, together with us. Hydrology and drainage, the same. And we set our main office at Naguru, Ntinda 2 Road. You are all welcome. Since May, it is fully operational. During LNTP is very important component for the sustainability of the project. We will set a sleeper factory, and procurement is already finalized, and civil works will be starting soon. Sleeper factory will remain in the country, and after completion of the project, the sleeper factories will be producing sleepers for maintenance stage during operation and maintenance. So it is set for standard gauge railway project, and it will remain in the country. So this is a brand new sleeper factory is going to be installed. This is platform for applications. Applications for job opportunities, applications for supply and subcontracts. www.yapiyuganda.com. Please. So we have hand flyers. So we introduced our contacts through that. Make sure if you didn't receive on the right or left exits, those are available. Please ushers to help our guests to receive them. This platform is active as of today, and there is 2 sections for job application and subcontractor and supplier selection. This is the main page. So as a supplier and subcontractor, you should click on right side, and there will be for job applications, we will introduce open positions that we are looking for. For example, accounting specialist, you can apply there, you can load your documents there, and it will be recorded in the system, and HR will evaluate and interview every single people. For anyone, for example, I'm welder, but there is no open position for that one. I can still apply. You can still apply, and we can still receive the job application as a general application, and we will consider any application that you made. And we will keep that CVs in the pool, and as and when it requires, we will consider them first. This is for open tenders. When we need subcontractors and supply, we are going to introduce here, for example, concrete works. It can be foundation of any building or civil works. So you apply there, and you will see the request for proposal and design documents that you need to consider to prepare your proposal. Of course, not only this, we need to have physical interactions to explain what details are in the documents and what are expected things, and like pre-bid meetings, we will guide the companies and candidates to align with the requirements, to avoid non-conformance bids, non-compliant bids. If there is no position or open tenders, you can still apply and introduce your company as the open positions. If it is not that, you can introduce your company. But here, there are some parameters that we need: tax clearance, good conduct, and other ethical compliances to work together. Honorable Minister was here and he was asking the numbers. So we have good numbers as of now. As we mentioned in our contract is 10, 90, 80, 15, 10. As of today, our current employment, including our subcontractors, expat are 7.5 and Ugandans are 92.5. So this is before our interaction. I believe we can achieve better numbers because there will be more complicated tasks in the future. But in well advance, if you prepare, let's keep this momentum and achieve better numbers. So we will complete the project with Ugandan companies and employees hand in hand. And one day we will go back and we will remember these things. So this is important for us. And we are all very happy to be here. We are under service of Uganda, and we will be delivering this beautiful project for all the countries' interests. Thank you very much.
Let's give Yapi another hand clap for that presentation. As we go into our Q&A session, I would just like to remind us of a few things. We have a few minutes. We are past our lunch time. So we are going to have about 10 to 15 minutes where we'll take a few questions. And I believe they'll mostly go to Yapi because they are mostly the reason we are here. We are all interested in seeing how we partake of what is coming with them. So the questions, I believe, will go mostly to them. However, we should not forget that there was a presentation by the SGR coordinator. There was a presentation that was made, so there's a lot to pick from there as well. And of course, the experience from PAL is something that we also need to remember while we are asking these questions. So as we go into that session, are the microphones ready? Secretariat? I requested for 3-4 microphones. Let's have them ready, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, through the Honorable Minister, allow me to have the questions by a show of hands. The lady on the left, she was the first to put up her hand. Let's pass her a microphone. Let's have a microphone in each aisle, please. That is if they're available.
Thank you so much. My name is Esther Mbayo. I'm a woman member of Parliament, local district. And that is the reason as to why I'm here. I want to thank the government of Uganda because we've come from far and wide in as far as this project is concerned. The delays are known because some of the issues were protocol issues which were conditional. For example, Uganda would not commence this before Kenya would commit itself to having it from Mombasa to Naivasha. And then other conditions are the land tenure system, the policies of land ownership in Uganda, and other policies of land ownership in our sister countries, and some others. But I want to thank the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda that we've been so patient and we've gone this far. I want to thank the presenters of today's theme and information. I want to thank Yapi for the detailed information and Madame Tumukunde. Thank you so much. I'll join the Minister and Madame Tumukunde to really embrace the 40% local content. When you talk about the 40% of local content, we should differentiate between local and national content. Local as in where the corridors, where the standard gauge railway is going to pass. And it is the reason that's why I'm here. As a legislator, I would love the unskilled labor to be gotten from that corridor. Unskilled labor, yes. If it is coming from Malaba to Kampala, then I wouldn't expect somebody from very far from that line to serve as unskilled labor. Because we have people already, we have young people, and that is an area where we can create employment for the youth who are lamenting out there. And when it shifts from Kampala to Western Uganda, I wouldn't have loved somebody from Eastern Uganda to go and work as to provide unskilled labor. Then secondly, Yape, you've really answered well my questions. One of it was ring-fencing the services that are needed by the local content. And secondly, identifying the raw materials, which we've done very well. But still, as I've said, local should be differentiated from national content. Then lastly, I would request the agencies that are supposed to give documentation, some of these local contractors, to do it quickly, like NEMA, because there are some protocols, there are some bureaucracies there. But we would request that you provide whatever is required, if at all these local contractors to come in and fulfill their bid documents. I want to thank you and I wish you all the best. And lastly, of course, when the government was discussing and signing protocols here and there. I managed to be part of the delegation that that accompanied the president of Uganda to Mombasa. So from Mombasa to Nairobi, we went through standard gauge railway. It was a good experience. For four hours, it was very good. But the question was, why is it that in Kenya it has done this? So we say these are protocols. Some of the conditions were conditions that it has to get from Nairobi or from Mombasa to Naivasha before Uganda does the commencement. I want to thank Ugandans for being patient, and I want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbayo. Given the time constraints we have, I kindly request, as guided by the Honorable Minister, let's go straight to the questions so that we are able to keep with the time. You have a mic? Let's give the gentleman this side.
Good afternoon. All. My question goes to
Your name, please, and where you're from.
My name is John Paul, and my interest is in communication or track works. The requirements of communication sometimes are specialized. So I don't know whether YAPI has a team within these periods of assessment that is doing the assessment needs specifically for communication, whether broadband or narrowband. Thanks.
Okay, Yapi will respond to that at the appropriate time. Let's have the gentleman in the middle here at the front.
Oh, thank you. I'll go straight to the question. My name is George Arodi. I'm the CEO of Uganda Bati, and I also double as the vice chair of UGISMA, the Uganda Iron and Steel Manufacturer Association in Uganda, in UMA. Okay, I think the issue which I want to raise is on touching on the quality or the standards. On many occasions, as a sector, we've really struggled to be able to partake in the projects which the government brings forward. And many of them is because of the standards. The contractors would actually hold onto the standards. They'll not tell you the standards of what's the requirements, only to tell you later on that no, you manufacturers are not meeting the standards. If let's say steel, then they'll tell you the texture of the steel that they require for that particular project is not there in Uganda. So can we have a situation where all the requirements, be it the steel, the cement, or any other requirements which is necessary for the project, the standards are floated early so that if at all we can't be able to have that manufactured in Uganda, we can try to work on our standards so that we can be able to meet those particular standard requirements. Because that's normally is the area where the controller will hold that in their pockets until last minute. Then you realize that you can't be able to, you're just being, and the government will make it very easy because they want the project to carry on. They just say that, oh, please cut, import that. Then we see loads and loads of ships coming into Uganda just to undertake that project. On the human resource in terms of the skill, I'm just seeing that, okay, fine, as you go up, which is obviously standard practice everywhere. As you go to unskilled, you find 100% Ugandans, then you see down there, management is 10%. I think it is, and that's where the money is. I think it's just important for us to start looking at it in terms of what the transition, when the project takes over, is handed over to us, at what stage will the Ugandans really be able to partake in the management and the skilled manpower? I'm not a Ugandan, but I'm now a Ugandan by the fact that I've been here for the last 8 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you from Uganda Bati. And I think that is partly what Pau presented. The response is within there. So I believe that has to be handled as part of the lessons we learn from Pau. Our next question goes to the gentleman right here in front.
Protocol Draft Engineer Uga Henry, the Vice President, Membership Education and Training, Uganda Institutional Professional Engineers. So I just want to add a voice to the rest of the speakers, but mine goes straight to the the graduate training program under the reservation scheme, the PPDA 4.3, brings it clear that every project above 5 billion should bring on the graduate trainees. So from what they have presented, I see the capacity building, but maybe it should be intentional to articulate the number of graduate trainees. It is very clear, not more than 2 years after their graduation, they should be attached to these projects. This will help us in the continuity. So the other one is, as much as we bring the experts who may have skilled labor, skilled manpower, experience, but it's quite very important to also embrace registration with the regulator. So many times we have experts who are not regulated and we miss out on the mentorship. Remember, these graduates, they should be attached to registered engineers. They may not be Ugandans because of the experience, but if they are also members of the institution, we can attach our graduates for purposes of their professional growth. Thank you.
We will have the gentleman right here at the front. And after the one behind him, and that will close our session on the Q&A.
Thank you. Mine just Emmanuel Bangumia. I work with the National Enterprise Corporation. Just mine is goes to Madam Miriam. When you listened to the case from PAO, you realize there is the national and local content strategy and the implementation strategy. But for this case, you outline the national strategy, national content strategy, but there is a gap of implementation strategy. We needed you to bring out clearly on how you are going to make sure that the contractor aligns with the local content requirement. So if, as long as you don't address that gap, we will have the same challenges he was mentioning. For example, this time we expected that the contractor has a list of the requirements, either materials or whatever, and then the standard is required. If you had outlined the strategy, implementation strategy, the manufacturers, the suppliers, the service providers would know what are the requirements of the contractor. So that at the last minute, you would not be kicked out. Like, okay, I'm a supplier, I'm on the database, but I don't meet the standards. So please, I want you to at least show us the implementation strategy for that national and local content strategy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Arthur Kabondo, Managing Director, Brand Engineering. My question goes to Yapi. This being the first time we are doing a rail project of this magnitude in this country, I would like to know from your experience in Tanzania, in Ethiopia, what risk factors do local contractors like us face on your projects? And number two, for volumes of this magnitude, I think earthworks alone is over millions of cubic meters. How do we, as local contractors, improve our efficiency in production to meet the requirements that you have presented here? Thank you very much.
There was a question, friends, from my honorable colleague, the Member of Parliament, former minister in the office of the president, to the effect that given the fact that there is a corridor, the corridor is from Tororo, it comes through Busoga, it comes from to Buganda. That's the first phase. So our emphasis should be only mainly those whose the communities where the corridor is should be hired for local content. This is dangerous. And I want to discourage my colleague. This project is for Ugandans. A local Acholi boy who wants to come and do some work there as a Ugandan should be encouraged. A local Mufumbira from Kisoro should be encouraged. A local Karimojong should be encouraged. And this should be done by us, the national leaders. This should be done by us, the national leaders. And I want it to start from that good footing, that it is not your duty to say that you are a Mukonjo, don't come. It is your duty to confirm that is Ugandan and he can do a local job and hire him. That's the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. To you, Yapi.
I would like to start with the, telecommunication services to be provided within the project. We have a sister company, Yapı Merkezi it is. They are dedicated to perform telecommunication and signaling works, but it doesn't mean that they are going to perform everything by themselves. For sure that there will be many opportunities for the local companies and local manpower to take portion for the communication applications for this project. Another question came for regarding the standards, especially for steel, cement, and other materials. We already mentioned that we are going to follow European standards, and in this regard, we are kind to request from the potential candidates to follow all the European standards for the materials, especially that they are willing to provide to us, especially for steel, cement as well. And for the local contractors' risks, I would like to give microphone to Mert, who is going to share our Yapı Merkezi response in this regard.
Thank you very much. It's really good question from Front Engineering regarding the risks and critical areas for local contractors. This is a subject of another meeting actually. I really wish to have this and to encourage the infrastructure companies. What is it coming and what is being done? So I'm in the region last 12 years, and there are few projects similar with the with same quantities or standards. The road projects is being undertaken in the country. Most of them they follow the existing terrain, and we avoid the high fields or deep cut sections to optimize the earthworks quantities. But in the railway, you have to go deep or go up. Accordingly, quantities to be executed are not million, maybe 30, 40 million cubic meter earthworks will be in this project. So which is not done at all. You can think about maybe Kampala Entebbe Expressway, maybe 10 times of that. Maybe 10 times of that. So what is critical there? Really, because in the infrastructure you cannot see where you are losing. You can just see after you lost, because the human factor is there and project management factor is there and efficiency is there, and there are many factors. So I can say time management is very important, because time is 24 hours for the engineers and contractors should be, because you invested for the machine, you pay the amount, you better pay in 6 months instead of 12 months and not to reflect it. Then be considering the following works. And efficiency is important, and we have this machine, you have this machine, and I have this machine. If I can realize excavation 100 cubic meter in an hour, you have to go close to that numbers. If you are doing 50, which means your cost is double of mine. This is important. This is where contractors are losing and they don't understand in the day and after it comes. And the variation, which is 50%, and there is no contractor. I don't think there is a contractor in the country have 50% of profit. So we are really struggling to get 10 or less even. So whatever parameters are attached to these prices should be monitored very well. Whomever wants to discuss in details, so I would like to sit and discuss with any company, any engineer, to give more brief information, lesson learned and issues we had before. So you can reach me out, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Max. Since we have a networking session later on, so those questions that we have, as we will be able to get the answers to them. And as I said, time is not on our side, so I'm going to push the rest of the questions to the afternoon. We are going for lunch at the Sunset Restaurant that is upstairs. When you'll get a lift and go upstairs. And after lunch, we have a session which is actually more of Q&A, more of discussions. And I would like to encourage us to come back in big numbers. You did show up after the break. More people did show up. And I am requesting that we keep the numbers so that we can have all those questions asked and we receive the answers so that we can partake of what is coming in the 40% national stroke local content. So with those few words, I would like to thank you all for being such a good audience. Kindly clap for yourselves for being here for all this time. And of course, I want to recognize that we have our political leaders in the room. We had General Amala in the morning. We have Honorable Chweru here with us. And of course, this goes to show how important the project is to the country, to the ministry, and to all of us who are here. So I would like to know, does everybody have a coupon? If you've not got a coupon, somebody will be at the door. They'll issue you with one. Let's have lunch. We have about 30 minutes so that we can get back. Thank you so much. See you later.
Check.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly walk in so we can resume our afternoon session. We still have very resourceful presentations. And we are behind schedule by about 30 minutes, so we need to catch up. Let's take our seats. And may I ask the Secretariat team to mobilize those who are still in at the restaurant to move forward. David, Atenia, kindly help me mobilize people from the restaurant to move and with the rest of the members of the Secretariat so that we can begin our afternoon session. session is starting. Make mention, that's how I mobilize at the tea break. Hello.
Se, che, check.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. May I request that we take our seats? I hope we all had a good lunch and we're ready for the final part of our program today. We still have some very enriching discussions coming up, which should be of interest to all of us. And we also want to give a little more time to you, our audience, for more interaction before we close the day. So I think let's settle down and we catch up on the time that we've lost. We're going to have a panel discussion, but let me take this moment to introduce a few, or recognize a few people who joined us during the course of the day. Let me start with the Commissioner, Transport Regulation and Safety, Mr. Katshave Wilston. He's with us. Mr. Katshave, you're very welcome. I would also like to recognize Mr. Nelson Renaga, Acting Commissioner, Transport Services and Infrastructure. Wherever you are seated, we recognize your presence. With us also, I hope she's still here, is the Assistant Commissioner Infrastructure and member of the Steering Committee of Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ms. Sandra Kebirunji. Sandra is over there. Sandra, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Our supervising consultant was mentioned, but let me just take notice once more. Led by Mr. Dunbar and your team, please stand up for recognition. SSF, that's the team from SSF, the supervising consultant. We have a 3-man panel and they know themselves. So at this point, I want to hand over to the gentleman who is going to take us through this session. And this gentleman is none other than Mr. Patrick Kamara. Patrick, please come and take over. Patrick is going to lead us through this afternoon session. It's a panel discussion of private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, thank you for having honored the invitation to come for this very important symposium. I'm one of those who have been waiting with a lot of anticipation for the last 10 years when they talked about building the standard gauge railway. I remember it was here in Munyonyo where about 3 East African heads of state or 5 did a ceremonial launch of the standard gauge railway. And I've been asking myself, when is this good thing coming to Uganda? And we saw other countries in the region which came a bit later to be able to do this. But to be in this room and see something really happening, I am so grateful and honored, and I'm sure many Ugandans are happy to see that finally Uganda is about to get the SGR. We've been waiting for a long time. We're going to have a discussion, and my job, ladies and gentlemen, is only to chair the panel discussion that we're going to have. But let me say a few things I've heard people say in the last couple of hours. That this project will tangibly benefit Ugandans. I think those were the words of General Katumba Wamala. That this project is a strategic backbone of Uganda's economy. That this project is an investment in productivity. He also said that it carries the ambition of the nation. And I also listened to Madam Miriam Tumukunde, what she said, encouraging all of us to improve on the standards, to embrace partnerships, and to address the challenges of capacity. It's a 2.7 billion euro investment. That's a colossal sum of money for a country like Uganda. And so, 3 things I've seen that are going to be important in this discussion that I'm going to chair. And for me, that I can see Mackenzie and others will be looking for issues of standards. They'll be looking for issues of volumes or quantity. And they'll be looking for issues of schedules. Are you able to sustainably supply what they need? Are you going to bring the standard that is required? And are you going to bring the volume that is required? I think that is key in the discussion we're going to have. May I, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, invite the panelists. From Uganda Manufacturers Association, we have Mr. Alan Senyondwa, Director, Policy Research and Advocacy. Let us welcome him on the stage with a round of applause. From the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, we have the gentleman in charge of transport and logistics, Mr. Collins Agaba. Please let us welcome Mr. Collins Agaba from Private Sector Foundation Uganda with a round of applause. Thank you. And from the Uganda National Association of Building Suppliers and Engineering Contractors, we have Madam Binta Kiara Kuranga. The president is here of this association. Another round of applause. Let's just thank you. We've just had our lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So let me, before I join them, let me begin with you from Uganda Manufacturers Association, because you are key. We shall be talking about matters of standards. So how are you preparing? What steps are you taking to meet the standards? What advice are you giving to meet the standards, to meet the volumes, and to be able to have the discipline of supplying on time every time when that volume or quantity or material is needed? You could go first, Mr. Senyondo, sir.
Wonderful. Good afternoon to everybody in the room. Thank you very much, moderator. The standard gauge railway. Are we prepared or not? Are we ready or not? I think we have been preparing since 2016. At one point in 2018, we thought would 2017 we thought we would have started the standard gauge railway. At that point, we had a list of over 215 items which we would be able to source locally, and the question back then was, are we ready? Allow me, therefore, at this juncture to inform the audience that we have been preparing ever since. We have many more companies which have come on board in various areas, in the steel sector, in the cement sector, in the plastic sector. We have now a variety, many more companies than we used to have back then in 2017, 2018. So the question that you have asked, are we ready? Are we able to deliver on time? I think the question is rightly answered by saying it is going to depend completely on how we plan and how we sensitize the sector. If we ambush the sector, it will be difficult. If we let the sector understand the timeline, the sector prepares better and therefore is able to deliver as and when. On the issue of standards, the sector has been working very closely with our own Uganda National Bureau of Standards. That's number one. I think right now every mandatory standard is being fulfilled. But on top of that, most of our companies have also attained international standards. So many companies not only fulfill local standards, but they also fulfill international standards. So to that extent, therefore, the companies which will be bidding will be ready for the procurement procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Mr. Collins Agabra, Alan, you would still need joint ventures, you still need partnerships. We're talking about business, people coming together, because this is about money. How ready are you to have these partnerships that are going to carry you forward? Because individual companies may not be able to have the financial strength, also maybe the tech expertise, but when you come together, maybe you are able to partner and deliver something. Yet, partnership is a delicate issue. Are you ready for that?
Thank you very much. Allow me to comfort again the audience and the responsible agencies for this. We have already been part of many national projects, Karumadam and all the other major projects that have been taking place. And yes, most of them have happened through JVs. And yes, there have been a lot of partnerships. The sector, as we speak today, is much more organized than it was in 2017. First of all, the sector has its own sector subsectors in it. I'll give an example. Under this iron and steel sector, we can quickly tell you that there are over 30 companies. Why? Because they regularly meet to discuss issues and matters national development. The area of cement. So we have all the manufacturing sectors already subdivided, already being able to partner when, as and when. The challenge that we will come up across, if it happens, is if the sector is ambushed. That is only when they are unable to partner in ambush.
He sounds like a gentleman who's ready. Like we're going to see the taste of the pudding is in testing it, and soon you'll be able to test that. Let me come to you, Collins Agaba, because how do you plan to participate? For example, how best do you think information, which is power, how should information be passed on to you, to your members, in adequate amounts and timely information? How do you intend, what support do you need from the project management unit?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, PSFU prides of over 300 members who are these associations, and these associations have their members. So we say that for us in PSFU, we have over like 1 million plus members. And these are, when you see me staying between, UMA is our member, NABSEC is our member. So all these ones subscribe to us. So how do we want to have this information coming to us so that we can disseminate it to our members? First of all, I would request the PMU, Project Management Unit, to give us the information which is timely, transparent, and efficient. In that when I'm going to relay this information to these people, it's going to be well understood and well articulated. Myself, I may not be an expert to understand this information, but the way it is going to be packaged from the PMU, it should be well articulated and to be understood by these other people who are going to be coming to work and supply these the SGR people. Thank you.
I think I also need to put the question of partnership. You know, I heard Madam Miriam Mukunde talk about that issue of partnership and joint ventures, and I thought that is very key because we're talking about almost $3 billion or more, because that's 2.7 billion euros, must be more in dollars. And so if they said bring half, you will not be able, in my view, with all respect, to raise that kind of money. And yet, uh, perhaps you have never worked together. Do you have experience? Do these members have an experience of working together that you can go back and say, we have a record, we have worked together, so we are going to work again, and then deliver on what Mackenzie Yapi would want you to do?
Yes. From our perspective, we have held quite a number of business forums where we always bring together our members to actually, I've mostly been doing it with the international people, the JVs and the B2Bs. So we are going to use the same forum to bring together. If you're in steel, don't be like the gentleman from Power when was explaining, don't be the lion. Can you be the person who's going to be able to say, I don't have enough capacity to supply all the steel that is required? If you are from the engineering profession, can you say, I don't have enough skilled labor to supply these people? So we have not tested so much for ourselves in Uganda here, but we have been doing it with the international people. But I know very well that the steel sector especially, they can come together, the temple of this world, the roofings, the steel and tube, come together as one. So if I'm going to supply this amount of steel, I heard the gentleman from SGR saying that they will require, for example, 100 tons of steel. I don't think there's any company in Uganda that can supply 100 tons of steel in the required timelines. What we ask of these people are going to be like, can you come together and put together that you are going to be able to supply at least 30% of the 100 tons, in that everyone has a share of that, the cake which is going to be presented.
Thank you very much. Madam Kiara, you know, how what will enable performance in case you are given a contract work? What do you think that can bring efficiency from the Ugandan local partners if they are to deliver according to the required standard and time schedules? Thank you very much. As earlier introduced, I'm Kiara Bintankuranga, and I'm the president of the Contractors and Suppliers Association. A brief on UNAPSEC, for those who may not know us, we've been in the sector for over 30 years, and we pride in having genuine members, that is suppliers and contractors combined. I would like to say a bit on readiness because everyone is wondering that question, are you ready? And a couple of years ago in the media, there used to be an advert that would run, and the question was, "Are you ready?" And someone would answer and say, "We've been ready a long time. We've been ready a long time." Like my colleague said, this has been in the piping for almost 10 years. I met a supplier, a quarry owner, senior man. He said, "I bought this quarry in 2015 because I was preparing for the SGR project. And now I'm retiring and going out of business, and they're launching the project." So yes, we've been ready. And this is a project that's worth over 1 billion, as we've been told, dollars. And how can we best position ourselves? One, I like the JV and the joint venturing because it's not something new in construction. One of the things we've been advocating and lobbying for many times as UNAPSEC with the PPDA is those high qualifications for bidding. And the way we've been going around it is by JVs. So JV is something we are used to doing to be able to deliver on projects of whatever value as local and national contractors. So yes, we are ready to provide in the non-critical packages, the ones that we talked earlier of semi-skilled and the unskilled, the fencing, the landscaping, the stone pitching, the supplies of aggregates and cement. A couple of years ago at our 30th anniversary, we had a name change. We went from UNAPSEC with a C to UNAPSEC with an S. That was a strategic move for UNAPSEC because we realized in this ecosystem of construction, we could not leave out suppliers. Because when you talk of integrity of a project, the integrity goes up to the material. Can the material support a project to be able to stand? So yes, we are ready to supply in that regard. And that's where maybe you see the interplays between UMA and between PSFU and us. But for us, our niche is suppliers within the construction sector. So yes, we also admit there's more complex works that are specialized that we may not have capacity as local and national providers to deliver 100%, but that is where we are ready to partner and do the JVs so that our members can build capacity and learn from the foreign and the more qualified providers. But also, I want to state that as UNAPSEC, we have a tiering system in which we categorize our members. And we go from A1 International, who are foreign providers, up to A5 for contractors, who are the entry point for local contractors. So already within ourselves, we have capacity to do joint venturing within the association. But also that is something that the ministry benchmarked on to be able to see how they can tier and categorize contractors. So yes, we are ready. Thank you. Thank you, Kiara. I wonder whether would you want to talk about the terms that probably would work better for you in terms of the contracts and the payment modes that you think would work better. Somebody can say, supply everything, I'll pay you at the end, or maybe I don't know what kind of terms you think can be better for you. First of all, we would like to see as a strategic move really going forward and like unpacking what appears to be so big that we say the local contractor does not have capacity to do. This is done in Rwanda. They take maybe a road that is 100 kilometers and then they break it down to 10 kilometers. There is no local contractor who cannot do a 10-kilometer road. So if we see that unpacking and beginning, even a project that is worth a billion, not all the components are worth a billion. So if we can see that kind of, unpacking so that there is smaller bits that the contractors can do. However, delayed payments is one of the biggest pain points that contractors go through in Uganda. And sometimes we've seen, unfortunately, even funded projects, World Bank funded, there's still bottlenecks where the contractor does not get their money in time. And yet the development partner, the funder says, we release that money. So we don't want to see that happen. Today, the minister comforted us and said this money has been ring fenced. As providers, as service providers and contractors, we want to see this money flow down to the last person? Can we have advance payments? Can they come in a more timely manner in a shorter period, maybe, because we know the pressure is on to deliver this project. We've been waiting for a long time. And then we want to see clarity in the measurement and certification of the IPCs and some, synchronicity. You don't want the subcontractor to measure, the contractor measures, the consultant measures, and there is no synergy in what they are doing and synchronization. So we want to see clarity when it comes to those so that we don't see delays, which are just delays in processes. We don't want to see that. And then perhaps on payment also, I know Yapi earlier told us that there is a limit to the money that we have, so we have to be competitive. But we have to be alive to the fact that variation orders, inflation adjustments, these were they were made for a reason. And when those situations come up that allowed for those, they should be a level of flexibility because we have to cater for if this project is 3 years, delivered in 3 years, wonderful. If anything goes beyond 3 years, we need to begin to honestly think inflation where it is allowed. If the project is fixed, yes, but for me, I have to say best case scenario for my members. So let's think where there's need for variation or there's inflation adjustments. Let's consider those. If you have not listened to an elevator pitch, this was it. Uh, Thank you, Kiara. But I saw Canon Wamburu tilt his head when you said, "Can we get it advance payment?" And I don't know whether she was asking for too much, but many of you are here. You understand the issues of money quite well. I'm going to ask just one more question, and the most important thing is for you to be able to engage the potential service providers, ask them questions. I would be happy actually to hear from Mackenzie. Be happy to ask you because they have an experience of working with the people like you. They know what the problems are. Sometimes they know somebody who wants to cut corners. So this is the moment when I'm sure they'll be putting you on the spot to ask you serious questions because as they go back, they'll be pondering about, can we do business in Uganda? Are these guys really very reliable? Alan, when Kiara was making her pitch, which more or less looked like a pitch, she talked about somebody who had invested about $1 billion in a quarry. But for more than 10 years, he has even retired. So I can imagine there could be members here who have the capacity, but they are still thinking, do we get into this? Should I get that loan? Is this kind of launch and this kind of symposium the real game changer that should take away people not to be decisive in making in trying to take this route? Because some Ugandans, especially in the oil sector back in the day, they would go and invest and get some money and take some loans. And then we drag our feet, and before you know it, you have even lost your house.
Thank you very much. The challenge has always been that the preparations are made, and then along the way, we have an extension of the date to start the project. And that is a major challenge for the business also to say, especially in the manufacturing sector, because these are quite big investments. I will give an example, just like my colleague from UNABSEC has given. We have companies which invested in folding of metal to exactly suit the standard gauge array. They're still stuck. So it indeed is a challenge in the sector. Now, these conferences, these symposia are always a start. And allow me to say that the oil and gas sector has done a good job in this. Because until today, since then, there have not only been annual, but biannual discussions of preparedness to be able to supply the oil and gas sector. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is one of the best prepared sectors that when we hit oil, June 2026, I think we will be extremely prepared. The question at hand is, can we do the same in this sector? Not have a symposium, goodbye, until then, but rather put a quarterly, because it's about to start, a quarterly or biannual event where suppliers, manufacturers, dealers are able to come in these rooms and get to know what is actually happening. Those mini symposia play a key role. And there has been a constant request that the bids that have been made before have been so large, as my colleagues say, that they constantly leave out the local, the national. And it is time. She has given an example of Rwanda. Allow me to give the example of Tanzania. How did Tanzania build so many kilometers of roads in such a short time? Small 10, 20 kilometer bids. What are we saying? Bring it home. Don't come up with these mega bids of $1 million and then you expect the supply to come overnight. Rather, cut it down into smaller chunks, which very many bidders can partake of, and you're able to fulfill your obligation at the right time. It is very key if we're going to finish this project on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Collins, in these processes of bidding, you obviously have losers and you have winners. And experience in Uganda, sometimes the loser will be there grumbling, and before you know it, you're even in court. Before you know it, even the project is delayed. How do we ensure that people, if you are bidding and you lose the bid, understand you have lost it on good grounds, and perhaps if you have something, you can enrich the person who has won and maybe go on, avoiding those, you know, legal challenges that sometimes can even delay the entire project.
Thank you so much. But still, when these issues, some of them, the problems are stemming so much from if how prepared was the person when it was coming to bidding, how was the supplier prepared enough by the project. For example, if you're going to give a pipeline of 30 days to a supplier to prepare the bid with enough information, trust me, most of them will not lose. And I know, yes, it will happen. Some will not be able to make it to the bid because everyone has to lose sometimes. Not all of us have to win. But for us as PSFU, if we can collaborate with the PMU, you have Mackenzie, and also the SGR contractor to come up with like I can call it a formal, constructive way of how do we first meet these bidders if they have not made it there? How do we have actionable feedback to these bidders that if you bid the last time, you need to go through what was the problem, what happened, what can I go back and do better to prepare myself to come back for the next? As my colleagues have been saying, you may not have a big chunk of bid at once at a go. Not all of them are able to satisfy that. But if there are some others who can learn from their peers, first of all, can have peer learning. Two, come back and have actionable feedback to these people that maybe I could have made it like next time, but this time around maybe I need to go through because of such and such and such. Can we have that feedback mechanism between the people of the PMU and also us as PSFU? Because for us, we have the numbers from our side and we bring together quite a number of people. So we would like to utilize that forum, work hand in hand with the PMU in order to deliver this project. Secondly, we also have, we provide BDS services to our members. So one of the components we're going to be doing for BDS is going to be about bidding, how to prepare a very good bid when it comes to SGR. Thirdly, we are going to be also doing some counseling to our members and be like, no, don't try next time you lost, but this time around you'll be able to make it. But all in all, it stems from how are we going to prepare our people? Can we have the suppliers forum for these people? Can we have meetings with different stakeholders? Can we have the suppliers, the subcontractors, and some of the contractors who are going to be working with these people? Prepare them enough that when they don't go through, you come back to us and then we tell them, okay, next time we are going to prepare very well, better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I needed to throw a word in that because I'm passionate about dispute resolution, particularly construction dispute resolution. So in such a scenario, I would think that for the main contractor, for everybody involved, let us be transparent as possible throughout all of the processes, including the bidding and selection processes. We were having a short discussion just before this session, and we said, yes, there is a website, and providers can go on, they can apply and bid and go through the process, but there needs to be the feeling of transparency so that if somebody feels that I was edged out of this unfairly, then the fairness can kick it and say, these were the processes. Can we know the expectations from the beginning, the scope, the certifications, the qualification, everything needed, so that we're like, if you're knocked out, it was A, B, C. Have no conflicts of interest. So for me, as a dispute resolver, transparency is the key word. Let's be transparent throughout the process. If someone is just a sore loser, the documents and the process will speak for themselves. Thank you. Kiara, there's an issue in Uganda that has been cropping up. The deficit of integrity almost in every level. How do you ensure? Because we want to build something that is going to be long lasting. They have called it to carry the ambition of the nation. We wouldn't want to have integrity deficit. And integrity deficit seems to be cutting across, unfortunately, the whole nation. How do you ensure that is out? Thank you. I think he's just being very polite to say integrity issues, but I'll call it what it is, corruption. And in the construction sector, we grapple a lot with that. But my answer is usually, as long as there is more human interface, the chances of corruption are high because, someone can talk behind the cameras, under the tables. So for me, the answer is digitalization. I like what Mackenzie are already doing. Go online, put everything online, whether it is advertised or not. You're just a general applicant. Put it online so that it is you're interfacing with the machine. It will not have a place for click here and put some kitu kidogo. It will not be there. So let's digitalize, let's use machines where possible, let's use the systems which you can go back and be like, this person is here, how did they get here? Pull out the list, they are not on, it is system generated. So let's digitalize, let's take advantage of AI, let's take advantage of all these tools that reduce human interface and only leave human interface where it is a must. And we shall see, because integrity really, it's a personal issue and you cannot control people down to that level. Somebody will have trust, another one will not be trustworthy. We can't control human beings to that level. It is a personal conviction. So let us try and put systems where we cannot control people. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. I could go on and on asking them questions, but I'm thinking perhaps you even have better questions. So how about this becomes an interaction, a plenary session, whereby you'll put up your hand and then tell us your name and just go for the question. Sometimes we Ugandans, we have a tendency of talking a lot, but I implore you, just your name and your question, and be specific whom you want that question, where you're directing that question. So I'll point to you depending on where you're seated. If I know your name, like I know Mr. Winston Katshabe, I will say so. But if I don't, then I can maybe describe the color of your garment or where you are. So please, who is going first? Because remember also some questions earlier that were meant to go to maybe Engineer Wamburu, maybe Miriam Tumukunde, and all these people. This is the moment to have a session where you can get some value because we're here to share ideas and ask questions. So who's going first? And the secretaries, please, let's have the microphones in the audience. And then, yes. Okay. I have I have a hand right at the back there, and another one in front. Let us begin at the back. In this middle column, shall come like this until we reach the front.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank Mr. Patrick Kamara. I've been hearing you on radio, but today I've been able to meet you, sir. So that aside, I think I agree with the latest presentation and comment in regard to how do we minimize corruption. Initially, she had talked about having kind of a human interface But what she later on said, we need to go digital so that we're able to minimize this kind of tendencies of bribery and corruption. Secondly, I have a fear. I happen to be from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We have had Ginger Highway project delayed and many other government projects. How far have we gone with the land acquisition and compensation? Three, the aspect of social impact assessment, which we normally tend to overlook and underlook. We have had serious challenges when they were constructing Chenjojo Oima Road and many of those in the Western. A lot of issues came up. I think we need to have this done as we plan to launch this project. And the other one is about the employment inclusion. What are the strategies for persons with special needs, women? Of course, the Honorable Member of Parliament there did talk about we having to kind of like limit the people around that area. But I think we need to come up with a broader strategy so that even those categories of people are part and parcel of this project. Last but not least is the aspect of labor rights. We have a number of labor policies and laws in this country, and in the spirit of collaboration and coordination, I would like to urge all the partners that we move together and we strategize together and work together so that we avoid a lot of issues arising out of that. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your name again, sir?
Bernard Amuriat, Assistant Commissioner in charge of Labor Inspectorate.
Bernard, thank you, Bernard. I've given you a little more time, Bernard, so that I can try to see how I'm going to navigate this. So the next person who's going to speak will not have all that time like Bernard. And also, please, maybe remain with, have just one more important question so that we can have many people to participate and be very direct whom we want to answer you on the question that you have. All right. Who is going next? I had seen a couple of hands. Okay, in front here.
This is Mustafa Kopuz, Yapı Merkezi. It won't be questions, but the audience has mentioned something which I would like to elaborate on. JVs and consortiums are mentioned, yes, in order to provide the materials needed. But please keep in mind that we have other aspects of these issues, one of which is the competitiveness. You have already mentioned, but I think we need to elaborate on it. It deserves. If it turns to be a trust, then one element of the issue has been broken. So artificially, if the prices are increased, then it doesn't serve to the object. I have to tell you that we have to collect at least 3 bits as a compliant tender. So if all the producers are combined in here in order to provide the quantity, then what about the other aspects like the time, like the price of it? So it is a full package, and we shouldn't be forgetting the other aspects of the elements. This is my first comment. The second one is, Madame already talked on behalf of us about the late payments, advance payments, inflation compensation things. Whatever we receive, we are ready to provide, but whatever we cannot, then the questions have to be answered from my left side. On corruption and digitalization of the tendering, I fully agree with you, and we are on an idea that to make it happen. But of course, we have established a system but it is always open to positive comments. It's a live system. We can make it more advanced with your comments. For corruption point of view, I think if we can provide detailed enough packages, well defined, the quantities are mentioned, and what are the payment terms, what are the other aspects, then I don't think that we need to feedback for the lost bidders, because understand us as well, there will be maybe hundreds of packages within a limited period of time, and in order to feedback each and every bidder is very difficult. But when we raise this tender, when we flood this tender to the community, if something missing, then there will be questions and answers session. On that, we have to clarify. And if these questions are not raised or not answers, then of course we have to give a feedback. But if those steps are have been taken, then I don't think that we have to go back and answer each and every bidder's questions. That is the last comment I will give. Thank you very much.
Yes,
It's very productive, by the way. I am taking the notes, and we are trying to align your needs and our needs on the system we will be providing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, he has actually answered even some questions that are coming from the panelists, and that's the reason why it's taken a little more time. But also, if anything, they're also pitching to Canon and him. At the end of the day, these are the people who will be maybe saying you have it or you don't. Okay, there are two hands behind on the left side. Please
Hello.
keep it precise and concise.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prakash. We are one of the leading manufacturers of construction chemicals here in Uganda. My question goes to the Uganda Manufacturer Association. Well, my company is fully certified with all the required certification like ISO, UMA, UNBS, BUBU, PPDA, everything. Even my products are UNBS certified. But there comes to this particular project, as the contractor has really said that he wants to meet all the EN standards. Though our products are UNBS certified, but are our UNBS certifications are equivalent to the EN certifications? If so, then can UNBS able to provide us an equivalence certification saying that these products, those certified by UNBS, and they are equivalent to EN standards? Because we manufacture taking into consideration as per the EN standards and everything. But coming down the lane, few projects ask for the equivalent certificate, and we could not able to provide. Right. Is there any institution which can able to give us that kind of certificates here in Uganda, or through UNBS if we can acquire from any other part of the world?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, Alan, you're taking note of that. I heard Mackenzie say they are going to be building something on the European standard. So they will be asking actually standards that probably they're not able to give certificates to, something like that, if I got him correct. Okay. There's another gentleman right in the middle of that column.
Yes, thanks very much, Bwana Moderator. I am Mr. Boanru. I am a contractor. My question is to the YAPI. The technical person, when he was submitting in the morning hours, he talked about finalizing the designs and all this. And yet, we are reliably informed that he has already signed a contract. So my exact question is, when should we expect that he will ask for requests for proposals or for proposals from the subcontractors?
Okay, that question is going to Yapi, right? We want to know when are you likely to call for proposals? Okay, they will respond. Let's move to this side of the
Thank you, Bwana Moderator.
auditorium. There's somebody right at the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. My name is Benon Bwashika.
We are not hearing you very well, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benon Bwashika. I'm a local contractor. You said we should go straight to the question, and I don't want to delay. There are many foreigners who have come to Uganda and registered their companies as local companies, and they are even registered with the UNAPSEC, including the Turkish companies. So how do we, and they qualify to be on the national content to supply goods and services under the national content. How sure are we Ugandans who are 100% Ugandans that we shall be able to benefit? Thank you.
All right. I'm sure you're always 100% Ugandan. You can't be 70% Ugandan. but the issue really, I think somebody raised it. I think it was from Paul that somebody can hide behind an individual, and before you know it, the money is going to Lee Young. With all respect to Lee Young, but and yet you thought you are giving it to Semogere. Yes.
Good afternoon, David Savinet. My question goes to your NABSEC president. Now, when we start at point 4, we had a discussion. And that discussion, our government was working with PPDA and all of the agencies to take out some things out of the requirements, like NSSF, like income tax clearance. Because we agreed that since the government delays to pay us, there's no point in them saying, first make sure that you have paid all the taxes and so on. Where are we with that? And is YAPI copying and pasting what the same standards in PPDA, or theirs are different? Thank you.
All right. Okay. I think I'm going to take 3 more, then the panelists will respond. But there was also a question that went to Yapi, and I think I have maybe 10, just less than 10 minutes to conclude this. All right, sir. After that, 2 more questions, and then they respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Mugera Andrew. I'm the Director of Investments at Uganda Development Corporation. And I want to contribute to the issue of capacity vis-a-vis the 2.7 million euros under this project. And indeed, for the SGR to progress, we shall all agree with the moderators and participants in the room that under the national content guidelines, the suppliers and implementers need to have the required capacity to implement so that we can fit into the 48 months timeline. And as Uganda Development Corporation, our desire is to be part of establishing long-term transformative projects like the SGR. But this is in partnership with the private sector players. So we are happy to partner with the PSFU and UMA. I don't know why you are not speaking that we have working relationships so that we support our private contractors and players into this game. And we are already in partnership with one of the biggest local contractors in the construction space. And we partnered because we wanted to create space for our young engineers to be trained so that they gain the capacity to undertake such huge projects, such that when investments happen, at least we have the right engineers to undertake with on-job training. That's why we partnered with the local contractor. And this partnership is ready to undertake any assignments under this SGR project. Call it construction of stations, railway stations. They are ready, and we de-risked. They have the capacity too. So I'm addressing just the issue of capacity. We're also in partnership with the local iron and steel processing company, which can supply the iron and steel requirements of the project. And as the UDC, we still have, we are strong-willed to partner with any contractor that is identified under the systems to provide services to SGR. And we are happy to de-risk and to provide all the de-risking mechanisms for that contractor. This is just to address the issue of capacity, because it also pains us as a nation to see money getting out of the country, but we also have to work hard to retain this money. We shall not stop whoever contributes to projects in the country to take their money out, but we need to be prepared to undertake these jobs, to improve our capacity in order to undertake these jobs. And this is where UDC, the investment of arm of government, comes in to work with the private sector such that we work together and retain this money in our economy, but also provide the right capacity to undertake these huge projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two more, and we're going to stop there, I think. It looks like, yes, there is a gentleman in black.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Kamara. I almost got muscle pulled, but finally I have the mic. Mine is more of a social issue.
It was not intentional, sir.
It's okay. Mine is more of a social issue, and it goes to the contractor. Before the projects are in place, we have a very, very stable community. But once these projects are running, we start having destabilized families. Our daughters are being misled because of the money that is flying around. So I want the contractor to convince us that after the project,
really,
yes, we are not going to have fatherless kids and broken marriages. Thank you very much.
Well, if there are adults consenting to adult things, I think that shouldn't have an issue. Okay, one more person. Okay.
Thank you, Kamara. My name is Ashaba Agre, and I am the chairman of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, which also is a private sector body that puts together all the players within the oil and gas and the petroleum sector. And my comment goes to the PMU unit. And just to say that, one is that I think from the invitation, you can see that Ugandans are actually hungry and they would like to participate in this particular project. And this participation is also a confidence that they believe that the PMU can be able to provide for them the opportunities for them to participate. They're not coming here to look for jobs or to beg. They're here to provide meaningful contribution to the project that will be supporting the socio-economic development of the country. My second point is that based on all the comments that have been put across, looking at what has happened within the oil and gas sector, and some of us who have been beneficiaries from proper regulation, from proper engagement with developers, with the project leads, and making sure that enterprises have been given the capacity to deliver on most of these complex projects and environments, I think it's only fair that the PMU engages very well with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, because most of the issues that have been raised here are already provided for under the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Whether it is capacity, how the commitments in terms of what the contractor needs to do, in terms of how the Ugandan companies need to behave when they are being provided with these opportunities, the kind of financial resources that they might need to be able to undertake some of these projects, the unbundling of projects to make sure that even the smallest of a Ugandan entity, small and medium enterprise, can actually be able to participate. The tiering of contractors from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, all the way to tier 4 can have a good contribution across the whole value chain. But also, most importantly, to understand that the project also needs to be delivered for it to be efficient and effective for the country.
Thank you.
So my last comment, Mr. Kambara, is that unfortunately, from the presentations that the PMU has actually put for across, there is no legal framework to be able to support everything that members are putting across. What is in place, I believe, is only a contract between the government of Uganda and the contractor. But there is no legal framework mandating the PMU to be able to enforce, to make sure that the things and the commitments that they have actually put across can actually be enforced. And I believe that is the elephant in the room and it must be addressed.
All right, thank you very much. There was a gentleman this side who says he's also getting a muscle pull. And I don't want to be blamed for the muscle pull that your hand has been up for quite some time. So, no, I'm taking a decision to take only one. So, and so the man with the microphone, now it's up to you. You're the one, you have given out the microphone without my consent, and that's the last person. So, guys, you'll pardon me. You know, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. David Mihigo, my name's. I run a media agency. My question is, how is the project, the contractor, and probably the ministry planning on bridging the gap between the citizenry and the activities going on? What's the plan on communicating key decisions and milestones to the public? Because projects like the pipeline, if you ask me now the status, I may not know, and many of us may not know. So this project is as good as people and the citizens participating and knowing what's going on.
Thank you very much. I'm not taking any more questions from the audience. And if I haven't picked you, it is not my intention not to pick you. It's a question of time. And in a situation like this, not everybody can get the opportunity to speak. Please understand. But we're going to have a networking session. In case you have a question and you see somebody later in the evening, you can ask that question. And I'm sure the ministry and PMU will provide a platform where engagements can continue. And there have been questions to the panelists, but also to Yakmi Mackenzie, to PMU, and the ministry. So let me begin with the panelists, go to Yakmi Mackenzie, to PMU, and conclude with the ministry. Okay, let me begin with you and come this side. Please make it very precise so that we really use the time sparingly.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll address myself to three issues. Number one, the issue of standards, which was asked. And allow me to say that this is not the first major project we have in Uganda. Most of the projects are aligned in such a way that the standards of Uganda are derivatives of the British standard, which is usually synchronized and aligned to other standards. And if there is a gap missing, the UNBS usually has the capacity to bridge the gap. That's number one. Number two, allow me to be a little bit controversial because we keep on hearing this word called capacity. And allow me to use His Excellency's words and ask one fundamental question. Who of us was born with capacity? Capacities are built. And therefore, how you break down and unbundle a project speaks to your ability to want to grow capacity in your jurisdiction. So it will depend completely on how we unbundle the project. Three, the last part, which Mr. Ashaba has spoken to. It is also a humble request that the PMU really liaises because it's not the first project. Other areas are doing it nicely. We just had another meeting with the PAU just 2.5 weeks ago, again to prepare us. So please, the liaison and the legal framework is very key in this place. I think I'll rather stop there.
Thank you very much, Collins. And by the way, that's also your parting shot, your concluding remark.
Thank you so much. Actually, there was no direct question to PSFU as per se. I think we're not so much part of the intergroup part of the project, but maybe the gentleman from UDC who says is ready to partner with PSFU and UMA. Yes, we welcome the partnership, and we're happy to partnership with you, partner with you, in that we can have this project delivered to the people of Uganda, and all of us be happy at the end of the day. But also, I would emphasize the issue of transparency when it comes to the bidding process. We are going to emphasize that one. If it is going to be digital, let everyone have access and be able to understand these bidding processes. And also the payments, please. I've been crying to government about arrears and arrears. We don't want this with the PMU, we don't want to sing this song again of having arrears, which are always choking the private sector. But at the end of the day, at least I pray, when your presentation is said 40% of all content, I pray that you go more than 40% for this national content. I thank you.
Kiara.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of questions were directed to me, and the gentleman who started asking from the back didn't say to anyone in particular, but I felt like he was peeping in my notes. So let me answer him as well. He talked on a labor component and women. So I would like to say, I made a note earlier, and I will try and quote it. I'm sure it was made in good faith, but they said that this project is coming to affect all of Ugandans, including that little lady providing food to the project. And for me, in my mind, that is exactly what I mean when I say that is not effective participation of women in construction and infrastructure. I want to deconstruct that mindset that when we are talking about participation of women in infrastructure, we are thinking of the woman bringing food, we are thinking of the flag lady, we are thinking of low level jobs. So I would really want, as the first female president of the association, to see that women effectively participate in infrastructure and construction beyond being the food lady, beyond being the cleaner, beyond a woman is equally ready and able to be a project manager. She can weld the rail, she can do everything, as well as a man can do the catering. So I thank you for that question because I thought that I needed to see that aspect come out clearly. What are the opportunities for women, the opportunities for youth and persons with disabilities, who I like to say people endowed differently? Let us see that preferential procurement policy come through. It is in our laws, but we want to see it come through in this project. As you're ring fencing for the local 100% Ugandan, are you ring fencing for the woman? Are you ring fencing for the youth? Are you ring fencing for people endowed differently? So that is something that I would also want to see come out strongly in the labor component. The labor component, I'll talk about apprenticeships. I think that's where he was coming from. I hope there's somebody from Ministry of Gender and Labor because they have a policy on apprenticeships. Our colleague here properly said nobody is born with capacity. So we want to see that this project actually has tangible, measurable transfer of skills and building of capacity for young people who can be properly attached. And even as UNAPSEC, we have a graduate trainee programs. We have people who are students, young people, let me call them, who are ready to be deployed because we bridge that gap from the university to the workplace. We train them a little bit about work readiness. So we want to see a clear plan of how these people will be absorbed into the labor and the workforce. So I think for that, I want to thank you because I agree with you that that component needs to come out very well. And then somebody asked about foreigners coming and joining the local markets. I'm sorry, I scribbled everywhere here. So including registering with UNAPSEC. First of all, I would love that come and register with UNAPSEC. But on a grander scale, there are policy issues that may be beyond UNAPSEC, beyond UMA, beyond PSFU. I like that today, sitting on this panel, we are not talking the engineering of railway. We are talking policy, policy enforcement, and accountability. I like to say, and today I'm happy to say it in a relevant forum. They say the best policies are made in Uganda, but they're implemented in Rwanda. Let us not sleep on
Improved upon in Tanzania.
improved upon in Tanzania and implemented in Rwanda. So already we agree that we have the good policies in the books, but let us have a clear implementation and enforcement strategy. But that being said, policy, shifting policy to me is a bit like tectonic plates moving. It is not something that is going to happen overnight. And sometimes you don't even know that it is happening. I'm now answering two questions in one because there was a follow up where somebody also said we had another engagement. How far are we? Just because we are not seeing PPDA coming out or Ministry of Works coming out and saying we're going to do this, it doesn't mean that we are not moving under the currents to try and shift these policies in our favor. So regarding that dialogue we had, we made a comprehensive report that we handed over to the Ministry of Works regarding the issues you raised of tax compliance and NSSF, and they're yet to get back to us. But we are doing this work of lobbying and advocacy for policy to shift, for us to see enforcement, tangible enforcement in favor of the local contractor. So yes, one of the things I believe they brought was to bring in that form of who is the beneficial owner. Those are some of the tools that come out. It shows you that some thought went through to say that there are people who pose as the owners of companies, but there's somebody benefiting financially ultimately who is different from the director. So when you see a policy or a tool like beneficial owners form, it means some lobbying happened to be able to change that. So let's be patient with policy change, policy enforcement, because like I said, it's a bit like shifting of tectonic plates. And many times we as private sector, it is not ultimately in our control. And I think finally, policy issues. Lastly, I want to make my parting short that in the construction sector in Uganda, there's not much regulation. We are still pushing for the USICO bill, which went in limbo, like the local content bill. But for me, I feel that we should push for private sector associations like UNAPSEC, like UMA and PSFU, so that we are recognized as a police in the sector, people who look for enforcement of standards, enforcement of genuine players. And for me, I would ask that as the main contractor is going to roll out to invite people to come, he should consider putting the UNAPSEC certificate as a requirement. Like I said, the Ministry of Works themselves are benchmarking on our system of classifying providers. Or secondly, as UNAPSEC, we have also our own project monitoring unit that monitors the work that our members do. We are against briefcase companies that come and pose in the sector as being genuine players. So we pride in having genuine members, genuine suppliers, genuine contractors. So I would encourage that. But too, we as the local contractors, let us look within, let's build ourselves, let us take time to take stock, look at our capacity, do we match? And if we don't, begin to prepare such that when they roll out, we are actually not just ready, the chorus of we are ready, we've been ready for a long time, but you as a company, you're actually
All right.
ready.
Thank you very much, Kiara. A round of applause to all the panelists. So yes, there was a question to Yapi, and I think to PMU, and lastly, we want to hear from the ministry. Yapi, would you want to respond? Please bring a microphone to them. Secretariat.
Thank you for the questions. As far as I took notes, one comment came to the standard to be confirmed for the cement productions. We are going to check, other than European standard, what kind of standards can be accepted from our side. We are going to check and inform whenever we are going to have a purchase for the cements as well. I think it is sufficient enough at this moment that other than European standards can be also acceptable for the cement production only. But for the steel and rebar productions, at the moment we are thinking that European standards needs to be followed. The second question came from a gentleman. He was asking request for proposals timeline. During our presentations, we mentioned that it is planned to have a financing for this project after just LNTP period, which means that the project mainly will start on, the main part of the project will start on early 2016, 2026, so that we can presume that just before this time, just after maybe New Year, we are going to have some proposals, requests for proposals for the main part of the project. Currently, we are delivering some small requests for proposals for the works for the LNTP stage, and when we are going to have new packages uh, as a tender, we are going to announce from the website that we already to introduce today. And the other question, whether the standards are going to be copy paste with some other projects. We dedicatedly we are selecting the standards which needs to be followed for this project, because this is a railway project. And today, again, during our presentation, we mentioned that it's a 100 life design life project. It should be very high quality, so that we are selecting and which European standards mainly to be satisfied. We are already sharing this information with our employer. I think these are the questions that raised for your market.
Thank you very much. PMU?
Thank you very much, Kamara. I think we shall go back to the question which was asked before we went for lunch. And Miriam, this question was yours, was question number 5. The person who asked was asking about whether, yes, we have talked about the local content strategy. Do we have an implementation strategy? That was question number 5. I know the answer, but I definitely want you to answer. Then I will answer these other questions which came here from the panel.
Thank you so much, moderator and the project coordinator and members. Yes, I remember that question. It's true. SGR PMU has an implementation plan for the strategy, and it's part of the contract. And it's the contractor is mandated to implement this. Just tell the participants that we've just started. Actually, the main contract hasn't been operationalized. However, since we are into early works, which internally we call limited notice to proceed, as a testing of construction to see maybe to pave way for the main construction. I just want to say that the strategy and also the implementation plan is still work in progress. It will be refined. Thank you so much. I don't know whether that is adequate.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for ever answering that question. For the question is which came from the afternoon session. Engineer Semakula, I can see you are very occupied. Do you want me to give you an assignment to answer a question? There was a question about land acquisition and compensation. I know I have the answer. but you are my right-hand man in this. Somebody was asking, how is the land acquisition going on and the compensation? I have the answer, but if you,
I like the way how you're decentralizing the questions.
please, you tell us if you remember. If you don't remember, you bring back the microphone.
Bravo.
Thank you, moderator and the project coordinator and all the participants. We are intending to build the eastern route from Malaba, that's at the border with Kenya, all the way to Kampala, which is about 230 kilometers. Compensation so far has been done from Kororo, Utareja, Namutumba, Iganga, and in Jinja. We have even crossed River Nile. We are now in Wiyikwe. Save for a few small islands along those districts which I have named, we have actually compensated. And we are now talking about a distance which is about 160 kilometers, 170, out of the 230. I think we are doing well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Semakula. I just wanted to show the audience that we, in my team, we are really team players. Each one knows their best. Thank you very much, Engineer Semakula. Maybe you would have just added to say that up to Wikwe where we are, we have assessed 8,500 PAPs, project affected persons. And so far by 17th of July, we had compensated 7,000. So 8,500 assessed, and we had paid 7,000. So maybe by now we have gone even beyond that. Somebody talked about, I think this was a question of environmental and social impact. I can assure you where we are. I think everybody is interested in what we are doing. The financiers who are supporting us are very interested in it. YAPI, the contract, is very interested in it. And we are all working on this. And we are right now carrying on this stakeholders engagement very seriously, the final touches. And we cannot avoid the standards that are required of us by the international supporters in terms of finance. And for us, because we want to be supported, we cannot ease or do anything less than what the standards of E&S require. Somebody talked about employment inclusion. I think this one could be confirmed by YAPI. I think employment inclusion is part of that. That is social impact of this project. We are not discriminating that we shall say, how do you look like? If you're a little darker, then you don't do this job. No, the standards require that everybody will be treated equally in as far as opportunities are concerned and as far as they also do qualify. The last one, I think the last one, somebody was advising us that the PMU should engage PAO so that so that we can be able to do the implementation of the local content. I think this person, gentleman, must have come a little late. In my opening remarks, I said this, and I quote: "The Petroleum Authority of Uganda has generously shared lessons from oil and gas on local content." Us. That's what I said, but I think he came late, so this is for his sake. Well, and I went on to say, we are applying those lessons to standard gauge oil project where possible. So don't worry about that. Actually, we also respect PAO. They have led us in this area of local content. and I think we are their good student. We shall definitely. I really admire their structure and the lengths they went to. So that one is done. Then we were asked whether PMU can enforce these provisions of local content in the contract. Well, I'm not a lawyer, but when we talk about a contract, it's an agreement between two parties. When we agree, we do this and we write and we sign. I think that one is enforceable. There are provisions elsewhere where this thing must be enforced. I think that one I want to comfort you that yes, it will be possible for us to enforce these provisions on local content as far as they are in the contract. Then somebody talked about bridging. I think the bridge between us and the citizens. I think to me the bridge between us and the citizens about these developments is information sharing, is actual information sharing. That's the bridge. At home, when I say at home, I mean at our office in the PMU. We used to have, and we're going to reactivate. There was what they call FAQ, frequently asked questions. We would generate our own questions and imagine you are the citizens and somebody generates questions from the citizens and we answer. And therefore, as much as possible, we would use media to share information with the citizens. And I believe this will be the bridge between us and the citizens to keep them in touch and in pace with what is happening on the project. And lastly, it's not a question from there, it's just a plea. You know, we have talked about 40%. Kamara asked me a question the other day and I woke up. Are you very sure that we have the capacity to consume 40%? Yes, it's a very important question, ladies and gentlemen. You have come here for that sake. I want to appeal. If you stand up to be counted in the 40%, please deliver. We have seen it elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen, where a contract was signed, local content was provided for 40%, and everything was done. But they never made it to even 30%. Not that the contractor refused it, no. We simply just failed to make up to it. So that's why I'm remembering Kamara's question. But as for you who are here and those who are listening to us, please, when you raise up the occasion and Yapi says, yes, we are partnering, we are going to develop, put in your best. Like I said here, I said, put your whole self in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think now, finally, for this session, let us hear from the ministry. And maybe for those who are scared that probably the project won't go ahead, but I think this project will go ahead. Because for those who have been able to see the manifesto of the president, assuming he's going to win, by the way, he has made it very clear. This is one of the strategic projects he wants to be done in the next 5 years. So, well, there are many candidates. I don't know who will carry the day, but assuming he does, this is one of the most strategic projects he has, and I'm sure with that kind of backing, it will be completed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kamara. First of all, I would want to say that the PMU and the ministry are together. You know, the PMU is part of the ministry. So, you know, most of the issues I think have been addressed by the PMU, but I just have just a few comments to add. One issue was, I think, raised by one participant who talked about social factors. And I think the way he brought it maybe didn't come out properly. But I think social factors are also very, very, very important. And I can give an example. We had a project of upgrading, I think it was for Poto Kamwenge Road. And there were a number of social factors on that project, which involved some of the issues he raised, including child labor and so on and so forth. So, you know, this project was eventually suspended by the development partners because of those social issues. So it is very, very, very important that social issues are also given due attention Otherwise, we'll have, all these financiers and they can easily, stop funding of the project. So it is important that also social factors are given due consideration. Then, of course, one of the major issues now we are facing, especially with our contractors and suppliers, is the issue of delayed payment. I can tell you now, for example, in the ministry, if you look at the debts we have with the local contractors, it's almost amounting to 2 trillion Uganda shillings. And of course, now that is affecting, of course, you can now appreciate that so many projects have now stalled because of this issue of delayed payment. And I think it has not come out clearly how, because one other factor which is tied to issue of delayed payment is access to affordable credit. Much as this work is going to be available, we're talking about 40% of the 2.7 billion euros. That amounts to 1 billion euros. But to be able to tap that money, you have to first invest, as a supplier or a contractor. Now, to be able to invest and to do work so that you are paid, you need to first have access to credit. So, of course, those are some of the issues we as the ministry we are handling as part of our construction industry development and regulation bill to see how we can support our suppliers and contractors to access affordable credit so that they are able to embark, on work that can be available. Then on the issue of partnerships, of course, partnerships are going to be very, very, very important. How do, Ugandans come together to be able to work together and be able to meet the qualification criteria that is going to be given for some of these works? I can recall I was the chairman of the Contracts Committee of Ministry of Works for 6 years. But I remember on so many occasions, you would, for example, come across a bid where a contractor has met all the requirements, for example, but then now he fails on only one criteria. For example, on the value of works done. And you'll find that if this contractor had gone into a joint venture with another, maybe smaller company, he would be able to qualify for this job. So the issue of partnerships is also going to be very, very, very important to have this national content being successful. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And you have been phenomenal, all of you. I've liked the participation of almost everybody, but in a place like this, it doesn't mean that everybody can speak. For those who didn't have the opportunity, please, there are other forums we can use, the networking, and maybe the platforms that will be provided. Though I was expecting Mr. Winston Kapshabe to participate in this as well. Before I conclude, I'm going to give him the microphone. This is from the chair, so that we can hear from him. Please. Your seniority, your expertise, and what other things come up.
I know Kamara, you just wanted to hear my voice, but thank you very much for moderating this session and the participants. We are grateful as a minister and PMU. Want to thank you for organizing this. I think I have shared with the engineer in chief because he wanted to make the final statement, and I thought that would be enough as far as Minister of Works is concerned. But in addition to what he has said about the social issues, I think the Kamwenge issue on the Kamwenge Road, we may have to discuss this deeply with the PMU and see how best this can be explored without necessarily exploiting, especially the children and the girl child. So we'll have to look at those social factors. Number two, I've had UDC, and I think during lunch break, I also discussed with one of the local contractors. I think the issue of capacity building is very key, but also I was telling this local contractor that most Ugandans want to do cheap things to move faster. And I'm happy that the YAPI team is insisting on issues of quality. You know, we have had issues of quality when it comes to infrastructure. Somebody wants to do something faster to finish. He wants to be paid highly, but the product does not meet the expectations of the public. And this is a huge infrastructure project, a flagship project, as you put it, for the government. So we must put all our efforts to see that what comes out is much better than even what is in the region. Kamara, why don't we meet on the radio next time? I think you leave me and I have some rest. You should have asked Auntie there, Sandra, from finance, whether the money will be available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Winston and all of you. I want to thank you, the panelists, please, as you take your seats. And may I just make a plea, ladies and gentlemen, that let us go beyond the PowerPoint presentation, because we look so good in our policies and our programs. But sometimes there's a lack of implementation bug that hits Uganda. I don't understand it. There's a saying that when you see a public official from Uganda to make a presentation in Nairobi or in Lusaka or in Dar es Salaam, they are phenomenal. Those people are always waiting to take your presentation, because they say when a Ugandan puts together a paper, it is thorough. But when it comes to implement, it is wobbly. Let's go beyond PowerPoint. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, the panelists, UMA, PSFU, and UNAPSEC, and to you, Patrick, for an enriching session. We had invited two institutions, and I think it's only proper that we give them an opportunity to say something. It's now 4:30, and according to our schedule, we should be closing by 5 p.m. So we have roughly 30 minutes. So with your indulgence, I request that we listen to these two institutions who are going to make very short presentations. And the first institution is Insurance Regulatory Authority. We believe that the component of implementing national content has a lot to do with insurance practice. So may I call upon the gentleman from IRA? If you're here, please step forward. Okay, and then after that, we shall have somebody from URA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really very difficult to do a presentation at this time when much has been said, but I'm going to make it as brief as possible so that we are within the time limits as stated by the moderator. As pointed out, I carry greetings from the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda and the Insurance Fraternity. And as you may be aware, insurance is a very key aspect when it comes to government projects. And the reason as to why we are here to see that we have a successful implementation of this mega project that is being taken on by government. Whereas we are talking sweet things and looking forward to have a successful implementation of the project, we also envisage that at a certain point, things may not go the right way as we want them to be. And that's the need as to why insurance is very important, and the need as to why we should see that insurance plays a key role in this. Just as a preamble, I don't want to go into this. We are a government entity established by the law. That's the Insurance Act. And I want to be very fast on this. Could we get to another slide, please? Basically, we report to the Ministry of Finance, and the landscape is that we regulate insurance companies. So far, we have a total of 29 when you combine life and non-life, and we also have micro insurers, and we have HMOs. We also do regulate reinsurance companies. These are companies that give extra capacity to insurers as well. Then we have intermediaries. These are people that help in the processing and arranging of insurance products. So this is a landscape of how the insurance landscape is made of. We proceed. Of course, I'd prepared a slide about the functions, but I won't go into the detail. As I mentioned, we do regulate, supervise, and monitor the insurance sector. But what is key here is that, and why we are here is that we are the main advisors of government on adequacy of insurance protection and security of its assets. And being that this is a major project of government, we are here to see that it is given the adequacy in terms of protection that will enable it move in the right direction and achieve the goals as laid by government. But we also receive and resolve insurance-related complaints. This is, I think, very key because we have situations where probably contractors and subcontractors may have conflicts here and there and complaints, and it's very important for them to know where to take these complaints, and that's the Insurance Regulatory Authority. We have a fully fledged complaints bureau to handle your insurance complaints. I will not go into the other functions because of time. I believe we all conversant of what insurance is about. I will not go into defining and talking about insurance, but what is key is that insurance is a contract that enables, or it's a risk transfer mechanism that involves an individual or business transferring its risks in relation to financial loss to an insurance company. And in this case, the insurance company does get some premiums to enable them pay the losses in case they manifest. We proceed. We are told to talk about compliance, and I must say that insurance in such a large infrastructure is not just a safety net, it's a fundamental, and that has been brought forward. It's a fundamental tool for the risk allocation and financial planning and project success. And in this case, as we do the compliance, we are guided by the current legal framework, which is Insurance Act and regulations. And in those regulations, we have provided for certain sections to cater for local content or national content, as it has been mentioned earlier by other stakeholders and other presenters. We proceed. Under our Insurance Act, we have provided that all risks that are within Uganda are supposed to be insured by insurance companies licensed in Uganda. So this is very key. We've always had cases where we've had players or investors coming in and insisting that they want to have insurance gotten from other jurisdictions. But we have prepared our Insurance Act to see that whatever risk that is within Uganda should be insured by a licensed local insurance company. So this one now caters for the national content aspect that has been mentioned earlier. We proceed. When we talk of national content in insurance, yes, based on the Act, we have guided that and issued guidance that before insurance is placed elsewhere out of Uganda, you are required to first exhaust local capacity. What do I mean here? For a project like SGR, we intend to have it fully insured in Uganda. But in most cases, we may not have full capacity, and that will call for offshore capacity. But we intend and we maintain that before you take or you place businesses outside the local insurers that are licensed, you need to get and seek approval from the authorities. So we intend to see that we put in consideration the local content as it has been maintained or as it has been mentioned. Then we are also in the process of, and we've guided that whereas capacity is very key, and we've always had investors saying that your insurance capacity is still wanting, we have also guided that insurance companies, and actually they have come up with consortium and pooling facilities. We have done this for oil and gas. We have a consortium where capacity has been achieved. We have the agriculture insurance consortium. So we believe that with SGR, we shall have a facility of pooling together insurance companies and creating consortiums to be able to take on as much capacity as possible. Another, of course, in terms of local content, we have gone ahead to encourage insurance companies to partner with external underwriters to see that much of their professionals are brought in to train our local experts to be able to underwrite these big risks. We have also encouraged insurers to carry on with joint ventures and partnerships to see that we are able now to have as much capacity as possible. And that's among our strategies as IRA. We proceed. This has been mentioned about the consortium and the partnerships. Could we please proceed to the next slide? Of course, for the opportunities, we look at risk management and financial protection. Of course, this is a very big infrastructure project that is going to cost hundreds of millions. So as insurance, we are looking forward to giving support in terms of risk management, which of course will allow the project continuity and stability so that the project regains in case of a loss and moves in a smooth and arranged manner. We proceed. We believe that during the process of undertaking this project, there are quite a number of risks that may manifest, and among them is the liability covers, which includes the third-party risks. Of course, we envisage that the projects will have, and the subcontractors will have workers and properties nearby, which of course will lead to a lot of expensive lawsuits and reputational damages. And we believe all this is to be taken on by these insurance covers that will be arranged by SGR to facilitate the investment and leading lenders and investors who are willing to invest in this project and ensure that it is well insured. Of course, when all this is done, we envisage that that this will increase in the retention of premiums. And when the premiums are retained, then it's a source of revenue to government. I must assure you that as IRA, we look forward to seeing that premiums are retained and losses, valid claims are paid. This goes without saying that on retention of the premiums, we envisage that employment will increase, particularly in the insurance industry, in the different departments, in terms of underwriting and claims and the sales and actuarial departments. So this is also a source of revenue for government. What can go wrong? As I mentioned that whereas we envisage that this project is going to move on smoothly, but we also, on the other side, look at what may happen or what may go wrong. And we've listed some of these eventualities that we we don't look forward to have them, a manifest, but by all means, the project will always have such, and we have natural disasters, we have death, we have contractors failing to complete the contract, we have raw materials being stolen. This we've seen, damage to cargo, third parties, death to third parties, and the like. I'm not saying that this is what we are looking at, but we really think that at any one time, such a thing can happen, and that's why insurance is very key. So in case of the unfortunate happening, what are the possible solutions? Of course, much has been mentioned. We have remedies. One is, of course, we expect that government is going to involve quite a number of significant payments to the contractors, and at the end of the day, the contractors may be unable to accomplish as per the requirement. So they need for advance payment bonds, and I must assure you that the insurance industry is more able and capable of providing this kind of remedy in case it's needed by the contractor and the subcontractors. We proceed. This is it's explaining more in advance payment, but I don't want to go into that. Of course, we have also performance bonds to protect the owner and the principal. That's the contractor, and we know the benefits of that. We don't anticipate that the contractor is going to fail, but it is very key. And some of these policies that are to be taken on, like the performance bond, are required by law that any contractor who is taking on a huge government project should have at least a performance bond issued by an insurance company. We proceed. Of course, this is a given. We expect the contractors to have a contractors or risk policy that will cover the physical loss, damage, and destruction of the construction project, itself including a plant, machinery, and other equipment, and not leaving out third-party injuries or death. We expect that workers are going to be availed, are going to be there. So and this is by law that all the contractors and subcontractors abide by the Workers' Compensation Act, so that they put in place the Workers' Compensation Policy to cater for the employers who they will be taking on. Marine cargo insurance, this is a given. Of recent, it has been launched and made clear that all imports that are coming in should be insured by locally licensed insurance company. So as the subcontractors are engaging and bringing in material, they should be cognizant that this kind of policy should be attained by and bought within Uganda. Wherever you are required to have an insurance policy issued by by a licensed insurance player here. Already, this is being recognized by Uganda Revenue Authority, because there are no imports that will be cleared without a valid insurance policy that is to be issued by an insurance company. So this is a way of how we are bringing in the local content and the national content into context. Of course, apart from the construction policies, we are also going to have operational risks, which will include property damage and liability. I will not go into this in detail. We can proceed. We also have business interruptions, cyber insurance, and other potential coverages like terrorism and political violence. Then we have pollution liability. All these policies will be considered and will be taken on by the contractor and the subcontractors at any one time. We can proceed. Of course, this is a given, environmental liability, and already we have companies issuing out this kind of policy for for some of the contractors that are taking on this project and the subcontractors. So this is a given. We can proceed. So in a nutshell, I want to mention that insurance is very key in this project, and we want to request and inform the subcontractors and the contractors that it's very important for them to come forward and have these policies arranged. Of course, there are guidelines that we've issued out to implement and to see that we consider the national content and local content. And it's my prayer that these guidelines and provisions of the law are really put in place and considered by these contractors to enable them achieve and enable us as government achieve what we intend to achieve. Members, with those few remarks, I want to thank you and wish you the best.
Thank you very much, and for using your time very effectively. We are now going to have our final presentation from Uganda Revenue Authority. And to speak to us is Commissioner Abel Kagumire, who is going to speak on behalf of the Commissioner General. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. I will not take more than 5 minutes. I'll just touch my name is Abel Kagumira. I'm a commissioner, and I've been mobilizing revenue for the last 22 years. And I want to thank you for inviting us here. And I look forward to collecting more now that the government has increased our targets. Well, just to know that we are the government institution that is mandated to collect revenue for national development, and we are looking forward to seeing how we can collect this money without borrowing, and that Ugandans would participate fully in this collection. So we look forward to you to looking at stopping Uganda from borrowing going forward. So we look towards the economic independence of Uganda. And in the next 5 years, we target to increase our tax to GDP ratio from the current 14% to 20%. And we hope SGR will support us in that endeavor. So when you look at the trade facilitation bit, I was a commissioner for customs. I am now in operations. We used to move cargo on SGR from Mombasa up to Naivasha, and then we struggled to get containers to pick the cargo from Naivasha, then they come by road up to Kampala. And our traders really suffered. So when we look at this project, we say, wow, welcome. I think it will ease the trade facilitation aspects. But in terms of taxation, these are our touch points. Because government is the project owner, Mackenzie is the contractor. So we are looking at areas how we are going to be taxing. And then engineering services, if you're a subcontractor, you expect us to knock on your door. The procurement services, you will support the country also, will come to you. And then the construction services, if you are subcontracting. Definitely at the tail end, we are looking at the suppliers in all these areas. Now, this is going to be a game changer, like I had said earlier. And as URA, we are looking forward to supporting the project to finish on time. And we have perused through the contract with the contractor and government and our Ministry of Finance. And we think we are good to go. And we are ready to do the facilitation role. Now, in terms of taxation regime, of course, you're looking at direct taxes, which will be paid. The contractor, sometimes government can pay on your behalf, the suppliers, the subcontractors. We are looking at personal income tax, corporate income tax. You're looking at withholding tax. If you have, this is Turkey, if you have double taxation agreements, we also have some clauses around there. Then we have excise duties for some of the imported goods and locally manufactured goods. And of course, the value added tax, which is an indirect tax. And then we come to the customs tariff. The customs side, of course, there is import duty that we expect to come. If products are from the East African region, there is a special treatment under the common external tariff. If they are from COMESA, another. If they're in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, also there are opportunities around there. So these are the key rates that I thought I would bring to your attention. Corporation tax, 30%. I know you're used to that. VAT, sometimes there are those goods which are zero rated and others are 18%. There is some government commitment we have received that they will pay some taxes on behalf of the contractor. Thank you for that negotiation. For us, we will not disturb you, we will just disturb our Ministry of Finance. And then the withholding tax, of course, is at 6%, 10%, and 15% for those with double taxation agreements. Then individual, some are zero rated as a 30% income tax. And then rental, I don't know whether there will be warehouses that you'll be establishing, there is 12%, and then 30% income from rental. When it comes to customs, we have import duty. It ranges. The last bandwidth is 35%, but the common one for finished goods is 25%, and intermediate goods 10%. And when goods are raw materials, it is 0%. When it comes to environmental levy, again, we are charging ranges from 0% to 100%. A good example is if you want to bring used cars, which I don't expect for this project, which are older than 15 years, you pay some environmental levy. We prefer people to buy environmentally friendly cars. Infrastructure levy, this one ties directly to the SGR project and other projects. Every person now importing any product from outside Uganda or outside East Africa is paying 1.5% infrastructure levy. We hope government will collect some good money to support this project and others. There is VAT 18% and then withholding tax at 6%. Of course, there are others which may not relate to this project, and those are the rates, excise duty, stamp duty, lotteries, and then we expect non-tax revenues, especially from local governments. You've had Insurance Regulatory Authority, they collect non-tax revenue on behalf of government as well. So there are some incentives that may come along if you are compliant and you have a tax clearance certificate. There is a way you are treated different from those who are not compliant. If you are on IFRIS and you are issuing electronic fiscal receipting invoices, you are treated differently. If you are handling the disabled persons, there is some income tax relief of 2% when others are 30%. So that one also support. There is, I don't think you fit in the 3-year for startups because this is a 2.7 billion euro project. So you don't fit. This is for small scale. I think even the subcontractors may not fit in this one. It's about 500 million, but you can take advantage of it effective July 2025. We have removed VAT exemption on the supply of billets, especially those who are going to do steel. Education grants also for capacity building that you are going to be doing, the skilling. We are also exemption from income tax. There are waiver on penalties and interest for outstanding. You could be having outstanding taxes with us up to June of 2024. Please take note, not 2025. So if you did not take advantage of the waiver, it still upholds. You can still. And we have VAT deferment on plant and machinery. So if you have plant and machinery and it's coming through, you will defer VAT and then you bring it in without paying VAT, 18%, and then we will follow you after production. Now, if you want to join the authorized economic operator program, you'll be treated as a very, very important person, right from Mombasa, from Dar es Salaam, up to when you reach your warehouse, either in Tororo or wherever you have put your warehouse. So we expect the SGR project being compliant the way you are to join the authorized economic operator program. We don't want you to be stabbed in queues in Mombasa, in Nairobi, or anywhere. You move faster to your premises. There is income tax and VAT withholding tax exemption. So those who are compliant to URA will give you 6% withholding tax exemption, and this will relieve you on cash flows. And last year, we have 10-year income tax exemption for strategic investors, especially in sectors of logistics, in warehousing, and if you want to establish also a vocational institute, there is a tax holiday. And if you are in manufacturing of building products. So that's how we are. And in terms of the key considerations that I can leave with you, is that let's understand the tax obligations before you even bid. Very important. There are some requirements in that contract and in the clause. And for you, if you are to go through, come to us. We guide you before you enter these procurement contracts. We can be your tax consultants for the meantime as you bid. Clearly define tax responsibilities and implications within the contract so that you are able to break even. And we are available. We have established a specific office in the domestic taxes department to support the SGR project. And I came with one of the staff in that office. Where are you? They see you. Hey, he's there. He's already waiting for you to guide on the subcontractors, the suppliers, and even the contractors specifically for the SGR project. I think that's the brief one, and I've rushed through it, but I want to thank you for inviting us, and we are happy to also to find that our board member is one of the key people in this SGR project. We are happy to see you, and thank you for inviting us. Thank you so much.
Let us give him another hand clap, please. I think that was the the face given to the taxes was very, very glossy. And, and of course, if you're paying your taxes, you're doing great for this country. And may God richly reward you, because when you do pay your taxes, then government is able to do developments in other areas of the economy. So let us give him a hand clap again. If you've not been paying your taxes, make sure you do comply. I think he has made it as simple and as clear as possible. I didn't know there were so many incentives that many people are not aware of. So let's take note of that. And for those who want to have these presentations, you'll be able to get them later from the Secretariat. Most probably you can leave your email address or something, they'll be able to get them to you because they are very important presentations. Now, in our next session, we are going to be very brief. We shall not have a panel sitting up there. But what we want to do is to ensure that all questions are answered. We know that time is not on our side. So what I am going to do right now, we are going to direct our questions to SGR, to Yapi Makezi, to IRA, and to URA. So if there are any remaining questions, but I think from their presentations, they are very clear. But if you have a question that you want to ask, I would like you to raise up your hand so that we take the questions. Thank you. The microphones, let's have the microphones in the alleys. Any question? I think we have only one. Okay, there is a gentleman at the other end and a lady. I think let's start with the lady right here. And kindly mention whom you're directing your question to.
Hello, my name is Yolisa. I'm from Maersk, Uganda. I'm the GM for Maersk, Uganda. We from the shipping industry and logistics, I think we're very excited about this project. But one of the questions that I have is that to the SGR team, how do we ensure that between Naivasha and Malaba, we get that project going? Because that will be the deal breaker for us to choose our SGR. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That goes to SGR. The gentleman, the other side on the last, the other side. There are two gentlemen there next to each other.
Yeah, I'm Peter Simwe, Director, Petroli Construction. There's a question which has been asked today over and over, but it's not being answered properly. A question about the standards. A quick example, for example, like the sand and the aggregates. This is can they say maybe we want a gauge of this millimeter or something, like if that information can be released as soon as possible, that so we can start preparing if we're to import in like stone crushing machinery and sand dredgers and the likes, that so we are importing in something of a specific need that is required by the project. Because if they say the sun needs to meet European standard, what if it doesn't meet European standard? They're not going to fly in the sand. The sand as a must will have to be used from here. So can those specific standards, they need to be brought out, whether onto their website, whether hanged onto their office wall, that so we can start sending in our submissions as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. That goes to Yapi Makezi. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Simon Zawe. I'm a director of Yahoo Investments Limited. Perhaps my question is related to his. I think we've been sharing something here. It also goes to Yapi Makezi. I'm a supplier of materials, and to be specific, these are natural resources. Now, some of the materials that we supply depends on the location of the project. Now, to be specific, if I'm supplying sand and marram, there are certain documents that are required, especially authorization by NEMA to get the NEMA certificate. And in our Uganda today, which we have that bag of bureaucracies. At getting a NEMA certificate, it takes something to do. The earliest can be around 6 months, but it takes even more than that. Now, if we are targeting to begin the implementation of the project by around April 2026, we want to have this in mind, that we need to have these documents. And I was actually wondering whether we can have a pre-bidding evaluation of the materials that are needed to be supplied. For example, if I have a site for marram, and I have a site for sand, which I propose or I'm planning to supply, I don't know whether the quality I have is what will be required. Perhaps I may have done my laboratory tests and I have my whatever, my results with me, but it could be somehow different, or it may not be to the satisfaction of the client. And I would wish the client himself to come and evaluate and see this material, whether it is what would be required on in that side, so that I can begin the process of these documents early enough, and then later I begin the bidding process. So I was just requesting for a pre-bidding evaluation of these materials so that we work together, so that we are not caught up by time, and we know by the time we begin, they need the materials, but
you cannot have it in time because of some of these bureaucracies. Thank you.
Thank you. That goes to Yapi again, so that we don't see the story of the lion actually coming to pass. Another question, please. I think those are the questions we have. Yapi, please answer.
Thank you very much. Related aggregate and standards. First, gentleman's question. There are parameters and standards. For example, Los Angeles abrasion ratios. So there are ones. So it is everywhere applies. So those parameters should be ticked. Of course, we are comfortable with the resources, the available ones fulfills the requirements. So only need to find the right one for the right product. For example, there will be need of fill material where the plasticity indices and CBR values applies. There will be need of aggregates. There are different chemical or mechanical parameters applies. There will be need of ballast. Other than those, there will be need of soundness, flackness, some other parameters applies. But granite fulfills most of them. We will be sharing necessary things. It is not necessarily be European standards or Tanzanian standards or Ugandan standards. The parameters, there are parameters to be achieved. Of course, those materials will be extracted from here. So then we can share. For example, there are type of concretes, C16 and the C45. It is a parameter issue. So the second question is again very important question actually. We are one project, yes, but comparing with the size and cubic meters and quantities, we are more than 30-40 road projects. We require support desk for NEMA, even for our suppliers or subcontractors, considering international financing and their requirements. Even the third-party suppliers has to fulfill the requirements. So we are requesting NEMA desk for SGR project should be in place. As I know, previous there was UNRWA, they had the desk, so we also deserve a desk in NEMA. So this will facilitate, and the question you ask is very important, and you are right. There will be maybe 20, 30 barrow pits. If you wait for 6 months for each, so who will deliver the project for 4 years? This is the question. It's not only you and me working, also government entities should also consider the time, and they should really facilitate. Everything has to be fulfilled at the end of the day, but time is important because it is a cost for nothing. You will wait for long, even it will cost for us. That is important. And I'm continuing your sub question about locations. Yes, locations of the material. Yes, we have alignment studies, but we don't know yet our soil parameters because we are doing geotechnical investigations now. There will be cut sections and fill sections. So that cut section, how much I can use it back to the fill, and where I need a material as a balance, that defines the needed locations. The nearest possible areas are the best locations. So especially for fill material, the laterite and maram that you are talking, they comprise most of the standards. But we can also share in the due course, but we need to finalize geotechnical design first to define minimum criteria for usability. This was the second one. I think there is one more question you raised, or if it's covered. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes.
The standards we can share. Yes. Requirements we can share. For example, ballast. Yes, has a standards. Has a now minimum requirements in terms of strength, in terms of density and aggregate. We can share that. So this is part of engineering study. Before we come to that point, we will be having those informations and we can share with you. My request related with quarry and the land related areas, it is very sensitive area to speculate. As it is being speculated, it will increase the cost and negatively affects the project. So we are facing and we are very transparent on it. Whoever has potential, whoever has his lands, we are ready to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matt. But I think what our potential suppliers want to see is that information somewhere, either on a website
Yes.
where they can easily access it.
We will share the information through.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's what they want to see. Then there was a lady who asked a question about the line. I think that goes to SGR, Naivasha, the connection.
Thank you very much. The Naivasha Malaba connection has been a challenge, but I want to bring you good news, lady from Mask, that we've been working with Kenya all this time. We know what is happening there now. They also know what is happening here now. They are working on that connection very, very, very much as we are also working on our starting. I do believe that if we move in harmony like we intend to, when we start from Malaba coming to Kampala, it is we believe that when we enter Kampala, by the time we commission this line, they would have also arrived Malaba, and possibly this line could be commissioned together from Malaba to Naivasha. That one I can assure you, there's no more fear. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, the project coordinator. I think our fears have been allayed. Now, since those were the only questions, I told you the presentations were really, they gave the details of everything that we need to understand, but the platforms will still be open for engagement. Allow me to invite my colleague Stephen to give a wrap up of what we have had today. Stephen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My work here is to summarize what has been happening from morning in 3 minutes or less. Our theme for the National Content Symposium has been unlocking national potential through rail infrastructure. We did start with remarks from the project coordinator, the representative of the permanent secretary, the vice chairman of Yapi Makezi, the ambassador of Turkey in Uganda, and the opening remarks from the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport. A key message that was delivered in these remarks is that SGR is not just a transport project, but a backbone of Uganda's economic transformation, lowering costs, reducing the Mombasa-Kampala transit time, and driving industrialization, trade, and job creation, and also ensuring that there is capacity that is built through emphasizing the need of having the railway school in place to build capacity of Ugandans. We did also have some remarks from the Honorable Minister of State for Works in the Ministry of Works and Transport, who further emphasized the importance of transparency in all our processes, but also highlighted that we shall indeed have this project delivered despite some skepticism from some members. And in his words, he stated that we shall prove them wrong. He called upon all the Ugandans, not only those along the corridor, to take part in this project. We did have presentations. We had presentations on experiences on national content in the oil and gas sector and the lessons that were learned, and we continue learning from them. We had a presentation on the national content plan. This was both by the project management unit and the contractor. We had a presentation this afternoon from Insurance Regulatory Authority, insurance compliance and opportunities for the standard gauge railway EPC contract, and national content. We had a presentation on the taxation framework for the EPCT contracts and the national content compliance incentives from the Uganda Revenue Authority. Some of the key lessons learned from our deliberations today, we had the panelists jointly agreeing and affirming their position that there is indeed readiness from the stakeholders they had to support the project. However, there is need for sufficient, timely information to be shared by the contractor and the SGR team, the need for regular engagements, perhaps quarterly and biannual, to share updates and track supplier readiness. Capacity building also was central in the discussions, whereby they highlighted the need of engaging even the extent graduate trainees during the implementation of the project. They also appealed to the contractor to perhaps consider breaking down the contract into smaller manageable subcontracts to ensure a wider participation, and then establish feedback mechanisms between the project management unit, the private sector, and the contractor, especially to ensure that any disputes that may arise are solved amicably. We encourage members here to adopt the digitalization and minimize human interaction to enhance integrity. There's also need to address all the social factors that may be related to implementation of the project, and to have them addressed to avoid delays, particularly those that may affect project financing. Members, our takeaways and action points is that a website has been put up by our contractor, www.yapuganda.com. Please visit it, get more information, but most importantly, apply so that we can participate in this project. We also wanted to state that the information related to this symposium will be shared on our different digital platforms. We encourage members to visit there and access this information. I would like to recognize the efforts of our facilitators, the moderators, the panelists, and also the media team here present, and the project management unit for organizing this symposium. That has been successful. A special thanks goes to our guests for accepting our invitation, but also participating actively in the deliberations. The symposium, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, has called for practical outcomes, transparent procurement, supplier readiness, fair participation, and accountable monitoring, so that the SGR leaves a lasting legacy of jobs, competitive enterprises, and national capability. Once again, thank you all for your time, energy, commitment, Let's carry today's momentum forward into our daily work as we look forward to seeing the impact of these discussions into practice. We meet again at the next engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome the representative of the Minister of State for Works and Transport to give the closing remarks. Commissioner Winston Katshabe, you're welcome.
Thank you, Susan, for taking us through this evening or today. You know, I thought I was the tallest in this room, but Stephen seems to be the standard measure. I will come for consultation, Stephen. Senior government officials, the PMU team from SGR, the Yap Mackenzie team, consultant SSF, the media fraternity, all invited guests and participants. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Katshabe Winston. I'm the Commissioner of Transport Regulation and Safety in the Ministry of Works and Transport. And I'm here to represent the Honorable Minister of Transport, State for Transport, Honorable Biamukama, who said he could not be here on time. He was still engaged in a negotiation in the Ministry of Finance for a particular project. So he couldn't be here, but he said I should bring greetings from the ministry. So the speech I'm going to read is verbatim from the minister, and I will be fast because I see it's a little bit long, but I don't want to disappoint my sister Miriam. So as we gathered here under the purposeful theme, unlocking national potential through rail infrastructure. And the day's program ensured we confronted the right issues from Uganda's national content lessons to concrete tax, insurance, and standards requirements for the SGR supply chain. So what today's symposium has confirmed is that the national content for the SGR is not a slogan. It is a work program which with clauses, milestones, and measurements built into contracts we have signed covering Ugandan jobs, construction works, supplies, professional services, and structured skills transfer. We've heard clearly the government expects maximum value to remain in Uganda, in our factories, workshops, professional services, and human capital, and that will monitor and enforce these obligations. We also re-anchored why this railway matters. The SGR is the backbone for a competitive economy, cutting the Mombasa-Kampala journey to under 24 hours. From the current over 8 days one way, moving about 25 million tons annually at maturity, lowering logistics costs and emissions, and positioning Uganda as a regional trade hub. These are not abstract figures. They translate into jobs, safer roads, and the lower cost of doing business for the Ugandan entrepreneur, and hence the final consumer. From the opening through the presentations, panels, and technical sessions, several key takeaways emerged, and I want to underline as our collective mandate going forward. Number one, local participation is a contractual duty, not an optional extra. Both the EPC, Stockton, Key and Supervision contracts embed national content obligations across works, supplies, services, jobs, and training. Where standards and schedule can be met, we will target high local value backed by credible compliance, monitoring, and transparent reporting. Number 2, visibility unlocks readiness. The SGR PMU, together with the YAP Mackenzie and the SSFJV, will keep issuing predictable procurement visibility so firms can align capacity, certifications, and finance to real timelines. I think this has been talked over and over again. This includes right-sized packaging where appropriate, so capable Ugandan firms and JVs can compete without fragmenting the critical path. Number 3, capability is built, not assumed. Pre-bid clinics, technical briefings, and on-job training must continue drawing on lessons shared today from oil and gas and aligned with UNBS, IRA, and URA requirements to lift firms from bid ready to delivery proven. Number 4, finance is the oxygen of delivery. Prompt pay discipline and supply chain finance solutions in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, commercial banks and DFIs will be critical for SMEs to execute without crippling cash flow stress. This is a competitive issue as much as it is a liquidity issue. 5, zero harm, zero tolerance. We will uphold the highest standards in health, safety, environment, and ethics. Grievances redress, community liaison, and E&S obligations will be monitored with the same seriousness as engineering cost schedule. National content must benefit the many, not the few. Number 6, continuity from construction to operations. URC operations readiness will run in parallel with the construction so that what we build can be operated, maintained, and continually improved by Ugandans, sustained by training, pathways, and a national railway training capability. 7, momentum is real and must be kept. The contract is in limited notes. Proceed. Preliminary and enabling works are underway. Government is advancing external financing arrangements, and we expect transition to feel effectiveness upon financial close early in 2026. Staying on this trajectory is a collective responsibility. On the strength of these takeaways, allow me to confirm government's immediate directives and commitments as we close. 1, procurement visibility quarterly. Very soon, the contractor working with SGR PMU will publish a rolling procurement bulletin covering upcoming packages, indicative lot sizes, key dates, and applicable standards, circulated through the contractors and as well as SGR's PMU website. This is to give suppliers predictable sightlines for investment and teaming decisions. 2, capability clinics every quarter. In partnership with YAP Mackenzie, SSFJV, and standard bodies, we shall hold recurring readiness clinics on quality assurance, stock quality control, health, safety, security, and environment, HSSE, documentation quality, and bid responsiveness with published schedules and follow-up clarification windows. The other point is on JV and mentorship register. We will operationalize a simple matchmaking register to help credible local firms connect with technology partners where skill specialist know-how is required, prioritizing genuine capability transfer. Next, supply chain finance roundtable. Working with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Bank of Uganda, IRA, URA, and partner banks, DFIs, we will convene a targeted roundtable to structure prompt pay plus supply chain finance options tied to verified milestones to SMEs so that SMEs can execute without predatory terms. Next would be quarterly scorecards. The PMU, together with the contractor, will publish a national content scorecard, share of local spend, Ugandans trained and employed, JV participation, safety performance, and grievance resolution, so that the public can see progress and we can course correct quickly. And of course, the last will be on integrity safeguards. We are institutionalizing transparent procurement, defensible decisions, and accessible complaints channels. Corruption, rent seeking, and favoritism will not be tolerated in this project. Offending actors, public or private, will be removed from the opportunity pipeline. Our private sector, the charge is equally clear. Invest in quality systems, safety culture, and reliable delivery. Organize through JVs and consortia where scale is required. Pursue necessary certifications and come to the market with realistic schedules and bankable teams. Predictability is the oxygen of your investment. Performance is the foundation of your durability. To our development partners and financiers, we appreciate the confidence you continue to place in Uganda. As you've heard today, the SGR is a serious institution-backed national priority, integrated across Ministry of Works, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and our other agencies. Your support to capability building, supply chain finance and standards will multiply the impact to every dollar you commit. To our delivery partners, YAPMAKES and SSF JV, thank you for engaging so openly with our national content objectives and for committing to practical enablers. I think we need to clap for them. Predictable visibility, right-sized packaging, capability clinics, and rigorous health, safety, security, and environment. Your continued cooperation is essential to achieving a railway by Ugandans for Ugandans delivered to international standards. Finally, let me express appreciation to all who made today possible: the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works and Transport, and PMU teams, the PSST, URA, IRA, UNBS, PAU, URC, Ambassador of Turkey, members of Parliament, and the private sector bodies that enriched our dialogue. To our private sector, you are the center of the SGR National Content Vision. And I thank you for honoring our invitation and for the deliberations. The program was dense by design, and each session added a vital piece from national content strategy to industry preparedness that ensure compliance while enabling growth. We will carry these outcomes into immediate action, as you've heard from Stephen. As I close, the standard gauge railway is steel and sleepers, yes, but more profoundly, it is the skills, the farms, and confidence grown at home. If we hold to discipline, we have affirmed today, enforcing contractual obligations, building capacity, unlocking finance, upholding integrity, and reporting transparently, this project will carry not only cargo and passengers, but the ambition, ingenuity, and prosperity of our nation. I thank you all for your contributions and your commitments. Let's move from plans to performance together. for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Another applause for the commissioner. You never know, a few years he might be the minister in charge of transport, which wouldn't be a bad thing. You'll be in the village farming. You're not tapping into the 40%. You don't hope to get there. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end, I would like first of all to thank God for the opportunity that He has given me to stand before you all throughout this day. And I would like to appreciate my colleagues, David and Kamara, for working together to ensure that we steer you till the end. You have been such a great audience. You gave off positive energy, because if it wasn't, then we wouldn't all be here at this moment. You're all eminent individuals in your different capacities and your fields, but you have chosen to spend the whole day here. That makes it that this is something that is very important to you and to our nation. So my prayer for you is that you align what needs to be aligned so that you tap into the 40% that is given for us to take up. As you step out kindly, we continue with the networking, a cup of tea. As you step out kindly, make sure you take that cup of tea. After all, even if you hurry, the jam is already out there waiting for you. And these are some of the things that the SGR is going to solve with time. So have yourselves a lovely evening. And thank you once again.